Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay? What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
It's sunset on Friday, I'm stuck on the highway, it's been a while. I'm late to the party, you already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire star tonight to light me up all around. 'Cause you're the only one I'm thinking of. Don't let me burn to the ground. I wasted time, these city lights, still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire star tonight. I'm looking for a to keep me from the dark. Oh, yeah.
A journey 8 years ago of a child and a game began.
For countless sleepless nights, they kept on pushing their ranks.
In randoms we found friends, and in friends we found a home.
Day by day they played together and their bonds grew close.
But that bond was shattered by an unexpected blow.
And when all hope was lost, a new sun started to glow.
And even after 4 years, the child refuses to give up in the end.
A hope that was long lost, a flame that everyone thought wasn't extinguished, it reignited with MOBA.
And to witness that ray of hope, ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered at the IDS Center, Guwahati, to witness the first ever MOBA Legends 5 versus 5 LAN in India.
Make some noise, people! Make some noise for that! That's it. That's the energy we want. Friends and folks, welcome to the Battle Knights Esports presents Northeast Cup Season 1. And a huge shout out to all of our sponsors. First of all, our beverage partner Red Bull, media partner G+, gaming chair partner Gamers Den, smartphone partner Vivo, catering partner Lush. And honestly, Jenny, that the amount of food and it's so very delicious whenever you have it from Lush. And I'm telling you, I've got to try that.
Well, the way you mentioned delicious, that really made me hungry. But again, I'm also hungry for the upcoming match.
Oh my, you talk about that match and we know who the teams are, right? First of all, one of the teams who everyone knows, Jenny, I know you want to continue this.
Well, let's welcome the undefeated kings of the mainlands, ABM!
Let's go, Apex. Well. You brought in the challengers, Jenny. The challengers are right here. The emperors are right here. But to challenge these people, we've got the team from the Northeast itself, the Dark Horses of the Northeast Cup, the team that has never bowed down, and the reason why ABM struggled in the Swiss stage. Let's welcome the Dark Horses. It's going to be Divine Regime! Let's go. We've got 6 people here. We've got 4 people here. We've got 6 people here. Good math.
Well, it's getting a little bit bland. Let's spice it up.
Yeah, I kind of want really to spice things up. But before we move forward to that, boys and girls, please shake your hands and take your seats. Let's go, people. You've got to make the noise for all of them. You show your support. And Jenny, you kind of wanted to add some spice here. So I think so we should call in a few people, right? And who better than the man, the cook himself, Apex, the one who represented India on the international stage of MSC Wildcard. Let's welcome the guy here for the interview. And we've got the man from the other side, the man who's been leading the side of Divine Regime, Zozen. All right, Jenny, here you go. I know you wanted to have that.
Okay. Apex, this is your first time in Assam, your first time in Guwahati. How's the feeling?
It's great. Yeah.
Okay. I also wanted to ask you, what happened to Jay? Why does he look like that? Why does he look like that?
Because he's cute.
What's the secret behind Jay's cuteness?
Because he plays solo a lot.
I don't know what to say to that.
I don't know what to say to that either, my poor Jay, but it's okay. By the way, hi, Zozen. And here's the thing. We've known Divine Regime for such a long time, and this team has been so consistent in terms of attending the LAN events, specifically in the Northeast, right? And you were one of the team who defeated the side of ABM in the Swiss stage. So how excited are you for this one matchup?
I feel great to be here and pretty excited for the match. And also for the people out there who are watching here. Thank you so much for coming here. Thank you.
Let's go!
Okay. Remember that in the Swiss bracket, ABM lost against Divine Regime. Divine Regime won against ABM. What do you think? Was that their skills or was that a fluke?
I would say 50% skills. Okay, and remaining 50% as a fluke.
Okay, let's see what the crowd have to say to that.
you know, well, I have to say, Apex is 50% esports player, 50% diplomat. This is not what we decided. All right, here's the thing, Zozen. We have known this man to be the pillar for ABM. Whenever we talk about ABM, Apex pops up in the mind. He's got a very vast hero pool in terms of the game. So how is Divine Regime preparing against that? And do you think he is a threat for you?
Of course, no, but of course. Respect to him, he plays a lot of heroes, but we are not less than him.
Well, respect here. And I know there's something you want to say to that, Apex.
Okay, do you have any message or response to whatever Zuzan said?
Yeah, just look, good luck to them for the match. Nothing else.
Man of few words.
Man of few words indeed. His gameplay makes the noise, but that's the same case for them. So you've got any message for Apex and ABM before we begin the games?
Okay. I hope you won't throw the game like you did at MSC with your OB.
No. May the best team win, boys and girls. It's time for the first game of the Northeastland between ABM and Divine Regime, and the storytellers will be the casters all the way standing up there. Linville and Crucifix, make sure you hype it up.
Thank you very Great day, great evening, you might even say, and these teams are ready, prime and ready. They are for blood, vengeance, even some might say for the lost brethren in those early pre-rounds. But you know, I'm here to cast a little. Enjoy me. Crucifix.
I mean, it's true, but then again, the trash talk says it all, and well, as diplomatic as it sounded, it's going to run down to that matching. It's going to be an exciting first match for teams ABM and Divine Regime. Let's give it up for both these teams that finally come up all the way to the LAN tournament in Assam.
It started all the way from October. Now, December, all the teams, they've been playing game after game, you know, facing against so many different teams, so many different lineups. And, you know, you have that unique array. And now it comes down to these four teams. We got ABM, Divine Regime, Meow Meow Gang, and IGN here. All today, going to be playing, and I'm really excited for that. What do you have to say, Crux?
You and me both of us are excited and ready to cast for this tournament. Not gonna lie, Meow Meow Gang, IGN, ABM, and also Divine Regime all definitely deserve their spots, especially Divine Regime. They've caught up and actually made sure they have a spot here. They've defeated teams like Dakusena, they've defeated Eliminators, they've even defeated ABM once during the Swiss bracket, round 8. That was an exciting match to see, and I hope to see more, Linwill.
Indeed. I mean, we're going to see a lot of games today. At least I think there's best of 3 here with ABM versus Divine Regime. Whoever takes the point will be going up against the winner of the next round here. Probably facing tomorrow off. But once again, ABM representing the people of Maharashtra, while Divine Regime here from Nagaland. You know, you might say this is the West versus the East. But, you know, that's all the more things to spice it up. Brooks, before we move forward, which team do you say you're supporting? Or let's,
You know what? My whole personality is I don't really take sides, and everyone knows that, but this time, you know what? I'm supporting ABM. I've lived in Maharashtra. The people there are really nice, but I'm going to be honest with you. The past few days that I've been here in Assam, I've realized the hospitality and the how good people from the Northeast are, and I appreciate them. Thank you so much for the hospitality. I love you guys. And talking about that, Linwill, what team do you support?
I mean, I respect your decision, but I gotta go with my boys from the Northeast. Let's go, Maryland. And go. But, like you said, dark horses. No one expected to be here, them to be here. And time again, they proved us wrong. They proved the viewers wrong, even certain teams. And now they're all the way here in the top 4. And I can't say I can't be more proud of them that they made it this far.
Can't lie. I would completely agree with that. However, all of that's what's happening right now is all a domino effect from day one from the Northeast Cup. They have deserved their spots, and Linwell, let's just be honest here. These guys, they're the top of the top, the best of the best in India in MOBA Legends. What do you want to say to all the MOBA Legends players out there who aspire to be here on the stage and maybe, one day beat them or, get to that top 1 spot?
Well, that's just only one thing. Keep on playing the game, and maybe, you can sign up for one of these tournaments. Season 2 might be coming up soon. This is only Season 1 here. And, if Divine Regime can do it, anyone can do it. Because Divine Regime, they showed up. But don't forget, ABM once again. It's going to be a highlight game, I believe so. And the first round, I believe, is going to set the entire pace of the game here. How the teams approach the draft, the team fights, and even, I'd say, IGN and MMG, they're probably watching right now.
Not gonna lie, I totally agree with you. However, this match, even though it's the first one, it's not the last one, so we don't really know how it's gonna go. The first one might decide the way and the pace the whole series goes for them, the best of 3. However, it's all a matter of how people execute the game. 60% is in the draft and 40% is in the execution, how you play the heroes, how your teamwork works, how micro and macro, you are. That's all that matters, to be honest.
Indeed. Very well said, my friend. But since you really like the statistics, we'll try to go deep down now. The drafts here. What are we going to see? This is just a little bit of speculation based on the history of these two teams so far. So, ABM, we saw their picks, we saw their bans. Sometimes they were the meta heroes here, usually the crowd control heroes. But, what does that say?
Well, let's just say Chip is gonna get banned 100%. We don't want Doctor Strange coming out of nowhere, pulling up his whole team. And no, I'm not kidding. That's just like the worst thing possible, especially with fleeting time. That guy just does not have any downtime. One of my friends, Sasuke, mentioned this. It might work. I disagreed with him, but I actually had second thoughts. It might work. But then again, we also might be seeing a Matilda, an Alpha. All of these heroes from the past, these guys were actually prioritized and banned outright. And not gonna lie, I also have this kind of, idea that they might ban a Valentina or maybe a Hylos.
Perhaps might happen. These teams have studied the pick rates and the strategy for the different lineups that they have for us. Because time and time again, based on the playstyle of your opposing team, you switch it up. If this draft doesn't work, you go for a different pick. Sometimes we even see pocket picks, which, non-meta heroes time and time again being shown, and even surprising the best of the best teams. So this time, the first game, I'm so interested, especially since, Divine Regime, their bans so far have been the meta heroes with the Zushin or the Chip, even sometimes Matilda coming in time around again. But I've seen them prioritize the Kilda and Gatukacha so many times. We've seen the power of Wilderness coming time and time again. And even the AOG landed. Sometimes you can't escape the giant Gatukacha ultimate. So you just get knocked up.
Hey, maybe we might actually see a Bruno getting picked, and maybe that's going to be on the hands of Kyle, and maybe to counter that, Radium is going to pick that Nathan, one of the heroes that he's most worst with. He's going to pick that hero, and he's just going to rock the game. Yeah. Maybe the Bruno, especially with a Malefic gun buff, it is so precious for him. He has so much range. Maybe in the future patches, they might nerf him, or maybe the Malefic gun, but we're not very sure. There was a patch dropped recently, but let's not go into that. We're not sure about that, are we?
I mean, the patch is something, but regardless, anything can happen, and the drafts are already started. These players are heated in and ready off right from the get-go. The Diving Regime banning off the Bruno. They don't want that hero in this game. They're going to be on the red side, ABM on the blue side, and Joy and Matilda being prioritized, a little bit like the stats earlier.
Hey, I'm gonna be honest with you. The Bruno I expected, but the Joy is good. She has electrifying beats all over the map. She starts making music out of nothing, out of thin air, and she starts destroying people with the electricity from her spells. Matilda, very, very useful. Matilda Airlines just flies through the sky, especially alongside Yu Zong. She's too fast to be caught at all.
Yeah, but indeed, just like the way how we flew in. I came from Manipur with the Matilda Airlines, and you came all the way from the South Carolina. I believe so. It's just such a unique hero here, especially the Roamer category. I don't think there's any hero who comes to close to what Matilda can offer for any team. In those team fights, even in those skirmishes, and sometimes for the split lane push. Giving that space here to play aggressive in those team fights and just get a quick escape. It's just so good.
Disengage hero, and that's what Matilda is. If an alpha uses Spear of Alpha, crashes in on someone, and
Boom.
also has to go back, he will have an escape route with the Guiding Winds. We are waiting in on the next band, though. Linville, what's your thoughts on this?
It's a tough one, because the first game, usually it's the flow of the teams. Either they can go for pocket picks or maybe just go for the usual picks. But the bands, though, it's going to be a Granger here for South ABM. Very understandable. We've seen the Granger being picked time and time again. Slowly after the rework has been quite good for a lot of teams in those lanes. Even sometimes picking the jungle, but players are experimenting, So here, I completely agree with the fact that ABM, they predicted Diving Regime might be onto something. We might see a Granger pick sometime around the further rounds if it's free from the ban picks.
Of course, but then again, Granger has become an active hero now. He is so fast. He reloads with the Rhapsody and then there's the Death Sonata. And then again, we see what?
X-Smoke! No way! They're targeting Jay! They're targeting Jay right now!
No, X-Smoke. Okay, forget that. X-Borg is not going to be in the game, but Alpha surely is. He's going to assert dominance with that spear. He's just going to destroy people with just one crash, my friend.
And the fact that they counter with the Hilda, which I agree on a little bit. The Hilda is tanky in the bushes, but if the positioning here gets lacked a little bit by the Diving Regime, they're going to suffer a lot since Alpha has so much burst damage. I believe he's one of the only utility jungler, besides Ferdinand, of course.
Of course. And then again, well, I've noticed that there's a bug in MOBA Legends that happens right now. Alpha and Sicilian, both of their spells actually kind of like miss. That's kind of like, what do you say, a very, very, very double-edged sword for both of them. I don't think that both of the heroes are bad, but if that bug comes in, it's going to be like MOBA Zane all over again.
Completely agree. But, you know what I got to say to that? It's all right. They got it. It's the first round here. And, they're going to have a great, amazing time, especially with Tetsuya here in the show with the Gato Catcher here. Apex on the Gato Catcher. Whoa, that's something interesting. Have we seen him on this here?
I really haven't seen Gato Catcher from Apex, but I have seen Brock. But the Beatrix is going to be a very, very, very dangerous hero, especially with Nibiru and Bennett just destroying people. And let's not forget Renner. Renner is that sniper that just shoots people across the map if you're accurate enough. And I like the team compositions right now. Let's just say Sicilian is that good backline damage, and Beatrix works well too. But the bands that coming in from the side of ABM is going to be that Tigreal. What's your thoughts on that?
I mean, it's completely understandable. You need a setter here for the Diving Regime. You already have the damage to work with and the flexibility for the frontline bruiser here. Fate with the Hilda is quite good here. If he picks up the Revitalize, could be even good for having a lot of aggressive team fights early on. But, the main problem here I'm seeing a little bit is if ABM here are going to get taken by surprise by the Hilda. Because we saw them once here. Hilda had give them the leverage in the previous rounds and sacrificed both the jungler and the turtle towards the opposing team. this time around, though, the bans here have been already done for both teams. ABM gonna have the last one. Divine Regime here has the Eve, has the Herald band off. They know their homework. They want to give Kyle the best possible laning phase possible.
I'm gonna agree with you, but they actually did chip off for Radiums. They actually did chip off the Radiums, Harriet. That possibility is not going to happen this time around, but that means we might actually see the Nathan coming in on the side of Team ABM. However, let's just talk about the drafts currently. I
Yeah.
see the Cho, I see the Gata Kacha, I see the Alpha. All of them are solid picks. Do you think they have synergy with each other? Because I see onto the side of Divine Regime that they have good synergy. They have
Indeed.
a frontline tank that can just revitalize, heal in a bush, and if at all, they can actually just, like, if they get jumped on the back, they will have a chance to actually survive. However, onto the side of ABM, I'm kind of questioning it.
Yeah, maybe, but wait! No way! First day of the land here for the side of the Divine Regime. I'm very excited to see what he does with this. But ABM, this is looking very much like a threat.
I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire start tonight to light me up all around.
Would be like a troll thing. I don't want to see that in a major tournament like this, but I don't know if I'm actually on the fence or off of it.
I mean, you know, if anyone's gonna make it work, it's gotta be Joe's and the Rome experience, so playing heroes time and time again. But they're up against ABM here, which they went for the. Wait, hang on. They might be cooking something. Oh, this draft is looking so good for the side of ABM.
It kind of looks good because the Novaria ultimate increases the hitbox of
Yes.
everyone, and that Gata Kacha ultimate, the AOG, will come down crashing and catching a lot of people if that, hitbox is increased. And the Moskov, dude, he can benefit from everyone onto the side that ABM has picked. Gata Kacha, Cho, Alpha can engage, and Novaria can provide support. And we see the Moskov dishing out enough damage to deal the final blow, maybe the nail in the coffin for Divine Regime. How are they going to counter that? They're gonna.
No!
As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark.
At this point, I don't know, dude. Alucard. I see the Johnson, okay? I see the Sicilian. I see the Beatrix. I see the Hilda. Who's it gonna be with the Johnson? I mean, who's gonna ride the Johnson? Oh,
I mean,
I could have phrased that better.
yeah. No. Maybe, just maybe, it's just, I don't even know. Maybe just a solo Johnson. You don't really need a rider. A mage can be also an asset, but these are all predictions. We don't know what Divine Regime is cooking for us. They had the Alucard pick, they had the Johnson pick, and these are two heroes who I've never seen synergize together in the esports tournaments. And Divine Regime, are they going to be the first ones to pull it up? I'm all for it. Let's go! You guys rock!
As long as it's exciting, because everyone wants to see some good action, and as long as it's exciting, I think anything can be pulled off. I see an Alucard in the jungle, I see it work, but the Cho, the Alpha, the Gatot will be hard.
And there's something also very strange. Tetsuya, the Cho,
Yeah.
Apex on the Gacha. Is it going to be a Gacha roam or a Cho roam here? Because we're not really sure. They could be either, but I believe that Cho could be so good as a roam position.
I can agree. I think the Gatot would go for the, EXP.
Yeah.
He would have more value in the EXP. And if at all, the Hilda, of course the Hilda is going to be the EXP laner onto the side of Team Divine Regime.
Unless you never know.
You have a Johnson mage and then, in the EXP lane, that's going to be
Anything could happen.
tough. I don't know. He's probably going to go back to base a few times, but he can zoom right back with a car and bam, crash into someone maybe.
Well,
who knows?
could very much happen here. What they say, drink and drive, folks. No, don't drink and drive. But Zozen though, maybe he just might be onto something. I'm really excited to see this match so far here. Earlier, you're supporting ABM, I was supporting Divine Regime. Now, are making any changes?
We're not allowing changes right now because
It's too
we
late.
have
It's too late, the bets are
support.
made.
We have put in our chips and the
Oh,
table
no.
has been cleaned up. The matches are about to start and I don't.
Oh,
Or
well,
rewatch.
looks like it's going to be a restart of the match here. We're at the draft phase. And looks like it's the same bands here coming over.
I think they're repeating the bands actually.
Perhaps,
Perhaps there
you know,
was some technical
now we'll take
issue.
the time to talk about those matchups here.
Yeah.
From the side of ABM here, the draft is very solid. They have a lot of flexibility and mostly meta heroes and heroes who go really well together. The synergy is insane.
They're the top squad for a reason, and to be honest, I do see synergy working onto the side of Divine Regime in a certain way, but that also is kind of like on the fence. Like, I still am on the fence with the picks of Divine Regime, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree with you a little bit, but again, if anyone can make this draft work, that's Divine Regime.
Yeah.
But this just might be, a caster's curse. So I'm not going to say that. I believe both teams have a really good chance here, and I'm supporting both teams. Yes, both teams. Wink, wink. We'll see what happens after the match progresses forward. But yeah, it looks like it's the same draft so far. And it's just really one important thing that I want to know. They have these crucial damage dealers, the Beatrix, the Sicilian. They have the burst needed. But do you think it's going to be too slow here?
The scaling is going to be the question right now because, well, they do need Purify. That means they're not going to actually have maybe a Flicker, maybe a Flame Shot to secure those kills that are getting away with that little amount of HP. And, oh, wait, that's a Fredrin. I think that Johnson was a mistake.
Perhaps, very much so. You know what? I really like this drive. Let's go, Divine Regime. Let's go, Fredrin, my boy. Daddy Fredrin here. Gonna be a great counter to the front line outside of ABM. But the only problem, though, the junglers, Alpha versus Fredrin.
I think it would work onto the side of Team ABM more better because, well, Alpha has true damage and Fredrin just scales with HP. Oh, wait. True damage is countered by HP. You buy more HP, you counter true damage. That's a tip, guys, for your next ranked match. But then again, we see the Alpha getting picked. We see the Fredrin. That's going to be a good contest on the Turtle side. But, well, that means from the Johnson to a Fredrin, okay, we're going to see that they actually have a front line now.
Yep.
So I don't think they need a Purify. They could go for that Flame Shot. They could go for the Flicker.
Yep.
I think that would work. And onto the side of ABM, they actually have Xavier now.
Yep, and now Zozen with the final pick. So, only role left is the roamer here. Utility roamer, what are you thinking? Is this an Angela game? Or no?
It's going to be.
Highlights here! The cavalry is here to follow through for the side of the Divine Regime, and I'm all up for that. The infantry for Cal, but yeah. Look at the drafts again. It's looking pretty solid.
I like the drafts. Okay, this time I actually do like the drafts. The Novaria is not there anymore. I was kind of hoping for that because we don't see that in tournaments anymore.
Never.
We never see that.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Novaria, I would have loved to see that, but the Xavier does provide a lot of value for their team.
Indeed.
The amount of immobilize that he can use in a short period of time, that's going to be very painful for the side of Team Divine Regime. But then again, Divine Regime have this glorious pathway and also the Fredrin to tank up and soak up all the damage. Hilda could just go in for a semi-tank build and still do a ton of damage.
And they very much agreed, but we're going on to the land of those folks. It is the North. Crux.
Holy, and both the teams have actually gone for their respective red and blue buffs. Surprisingly, nothing new. We see the rotation going down to the gold lane. Pretty solid, if you think about it. But then again, it's always that gold lane. Everyone goes and ganks the gold lane first. Hylos helping that Fredrin, giving him that, speed that he needed. Alpha is not able to catch up to him. The Litho Wanderer has spawned. Easy Litho for the side of Team Divine Regime.
Yep, not even being contested. ABM knows their targets. They don't want to risk further fights. But, there's a bit of a struggle here between roamers, and that happens time and time again. But, we saw them. I thought they were going to go to the bottom lane, but it looks like the jungle here, rotation from the Fredrin, is going to the top lane side, wants to give the leverage towards the Hilda before the total fight. But the rest of ABM here, they're looking towards the bottom lane.
Yup, and right now Jay has the level 4. He might look in for an engage, especially with Abi right next to him. That means the Immobilize, the Spear of Alpha, all of them are going to connect in time for a secure kill. I don't think that's going to happen though, because Abi has to go back to the mid lane, defend the lane before he gets pushed. Sicilian gets it.
You know what, I have to say that disciplined gameplay here coming from both teams, and I respect that a lot here. They know what they can do. They're waiting for their levels. Even both roamers here trying to get to level 4, but they're switching it a little bit. ABM heading over the top lane side. Gonna spot a Raran. There's a taunt. A little bit of CC on towards him. Running a little trouble. He's trying to escape, but Alpha Charge tests him out. Revitalize trying to heal him, but just two kills on the leaderboard going towards the turtle.
Holy, I actually like that team fight. However, Xavier gets the kill on the Hylos! Holy! That's surprising, surprising. I didn't really see that coming. Alpha, though, he got the turtle without any problems whatsoever. But then again, that Fredrin, I think Fate really had to actually go back, but he instead jumped right in after Fredrin went down. Raren shouldn't have actually taken that fight. He shouldn't have been in that, the bush. He shouldn't have been where he was, but he was. He got caught, but then Fate just charged in, fell right into his own fate.
You fell for his trap card. Yeah, ABM 3 over now. And look, it's still not over there. It's just the start here. Fight's going to be breaking down here. Rotation's coming over. We have Fate here helping Orswell. Jay, he's willing to take the fight. That's Sango close. Doing a little bit of burst damage, but he gets away safely with the Alpha charge here. And there's a low cooldown. He's going to heal up from the orange buff now. It looks like Divine Regime trying to go for innovate. No, just going to get the golem here on the side. And even uses the appraisal's raptor.
I think that ultimate really wasn't needed. However, we see that a little bit of a skirmish might just be what's going to happen.
Well, AOG lands and collects onto Rush Robert. One coming in, but Apex caught in a very tough spot. Slowed so much, uses the Revitalize, but Carl comes in with damage. He escapes though from the back line. Though Tessia gets the kick and the kill. He gets the killing spray on towards the Beatrix. Carl falling in as Jay takes Fate alongside Divine Regime on the run. ABM has been taking blood and kills time and time again.
Holy, it's a 5-0. And right now, I actually kind of didn't expect the Way of the Dragon to connect onto that Beatrix. However, that happened, and Moskov is just going to get that 3 gold from the tower. And also, Xavier is helping him push. That means the Turtle, they have all their pieces, all their pawns, all their chess pieces ready to take that Turtle down.
Yep, indeed. And getting objective after objective, going slowly racking up. It looks like the team fights are going to be initiated. Tetsuya doesn't have the flicker. Has to go in. Kick not being landed. He goes on towards the Hylos instead. Gonna get taunted. This is the first kill. Fake taking down Tetsuya before the total fight here. Going in. Divine Regime pushing forward on towards Jay. Still has the Alpha charge. Uses the escape. A pin is being made by Ryan. Skews the turtle. Divine Regime is still pushing forward. Carl gets the kill towards Radium. And now they're looking on towards the bottom lane.
They have opened their books. Divine Regime have come with the double kill. The Sicilian Sanguine Claws caught the Moskov, who jumped across. AOG connecting on a nobody. Linwill, I think Apex is in a little trouble.
Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Revitalize, use also still so tanky. How's your life? Chosen picks up the kill. Alpha Charge coming from backline Jay here. Going on towards Raren, dealing a bit of a damage, but gets stunned on towards the wall. He's still alive, trying to survive. He gets away, but no, wait, hang on. If Abi managed to land the skill, he's still on cooldown. No, he's not going for his gun. He's not going to go for tonight.
He can't. I mean, well, to be honest, all of his spells are really on cooldown, and if he does, Okay, there goes the blue buff onto the side of Team Divine Regime. They're losing that blue buff. The Spear of Alpha has been used to take it to safety so that Beatrix's ultimate, Renner's ultimate, could not steal it out of his nose, under his nose, I mean.
Indeed. Well, you know, I like this play. ABM still giving us things, but taking back the buffs here. Purple buff being stolen. Now lethal here. That's here also on side. The rest of the side of the Divine Regime here, playing a little bit more passively. They want to get back those forms up and get ready for the team fight. They're upcoming here. But ABM looking for someone on the hunt. Jay seen on the top lane side by Fate there. Oren also going to be spotted out, and looks like the rest of the side of the Regime there still in the bot lane section. They want to give the priority to Kyle. They want the turret. Looks like Zozen will be hovering over, but oh, the Spear of Destruction used to escape here. Good call by Radium.
Radium really has to make sure he's safe because Beatrix just bought herself that item, the Blade of Despair. That's going to increase her damage a buttload, and she also has the Warrior Boots now. Fate, on his own remarks, has that Dominance Ice and can engage on any team fight. Okay, I think one's going to happen.
Wait, Apex, he's going to get caught by Sanguine Claws, but gets away with 1 HP with the AOG. Settling side fight here. 5 members of the Divine Regime, they don't want to give out this objective. Jay being chunked down by Fate here. Fights initiating, Jay so low in HP. Master escape, that's a G-Kun down, but Tetsuya gets traded off. Jay escaping here. Roran gets the turtle for the side of the Divine Regime.
I think most of the driving factor onto the side of Divine Regime is that Sicilian's Sanguine Claws. Once it catches someone, it's a definite death sentence like we saw in bot lane with Moskov. But in the top lane, we see that right now Kyle is just free pushing most of the towers without any consequences. Now look at that. Apex is actually looking in for getting some vision, but he knows that all of the Divine Regime members are right there. I think Abi might be in a tough spot.
Yep, indeed. There's the taunt here by Roran. Goes on towards Apex here. Chikunto coming in also. These are just trades though. They don't want to full commit here. And I'm liking this gameplay here from both teams here. For ABM's side, they lose the objectives, but they still want to get something with the trade here. Third taken down, but look into the river here. Fake getting the kill on towards Jay. Amidst off camera here. Glorious pathway also being used. They're looking to push forward on towards the mid lane section there. And Tetsuya, AOG being over, gonna be landed on towards Zo's end, but there's the Jigundo. Gets kicked in backline by Rara and finishes off Abi. There it is. Divine Regime getting the first turret for the mid lane section. Call a double kill on towards ABM now. And looks like Tetsuya, he might be biting off more than he could chew, and he gets slapped in the face. Zozen picking up the kill. That's a killing spree for this Hylos.
Holy, I'm not gonna lie. Right now, that 2,000 goal lead onto the side of ABM has been completely turned around. They've reversed it, and right now, Divine Regime have that 2,000 goal lead. Looking pretty dire for the side of Team ABM. If they repeat the same mistakes, they gotta make sure they actually escape that Sanguine Claws. And not gonna lie, I think Kyle has too much damage right now.
Yep, indeed. It's almost reaching the 9-minute mark here. Both teams, it's coming down to the wire now. Divine Regime on the lead slightly a bit and gets the better map positioning. But ABM here, they're on the losing side. But will they be able to push back up? Tetsuya going to be one to first check that push. Fate pushing him down, but there's the kick on towards him. But Hilda is just so tanky. Close partner being trouble, and Fate gets a kill on towards Tetsuya. Instead, Jay surviving here, but Carl might be in a bit of trouble. Gets slain by Radium. Goes on towards Kieran. Radium here, still on the front line, but he gets slapped in the face by Roran. And now it's only 2 members of the side of ABM left. Apex here, and Jay taking down Rosen by jungler versus jungler. Roran versus Jay alongside Fate, and that's a maniac phase here. Done none other by Roran from Divine Regime.
GG's, that's a GG's easy lord for the side of Team Divine Regime. I don't think that Tsuya can actually take it down if right now. Okay.
Oh no, not like this! No way, dude! Rara picking up another kill with the Appraisal's Wrath, stacking those passives. I like this confidence from Divine Regime. And ABM, who they have to deal with a Lord push.
Oh no, and he really tried his best to use the Transcendence to get that Lord Steal, but he does not have enough items. I think Divine Regime have the better itemization right now because they have so much more farm ahead than ABM. Could we have a look at the itemizations for a second?
I mean, could happen here. They have the burst. Radium is just so much damage right now here. The Apex there has to over and escape here. Mario Jam, they want to play safe. They want to get all that they can from the side of ABM. But Lord is just too weak now. It's just an early phase Lord here. They can be cleaned up. But they get the turret nonetheless.
A stage 1 Lord is not going to do that much. He's not that tanky. And as the Lord enhances and becomes a Luminous Lord, that's when his value is the most.
Yep, indeed. And it's going to be in the 11-minute mark right now. Looks like Divine Regime, they're going to be falling back. We're going to take a look at the items for now there. Well,
I don't think there's going to be any itemization, but I do remember that 2 people onto the side, 3 people onto the side. Okay, we have the
There it is,
itemization
yep.
on the screen. Hilda with the Dominance Ice to assert the Dominance Radiance and that Blade Armor. He is not going to go for that semi-tank build. Instead, he's going to go for that full tank build with the Fury Hammer, of course, but that's, a first stage item. It could be sold easily.
I mean, it's worth it, you know.
It's
He's
worth
been
it, yes.
getting those kills here. But wait, Fate again on towards Tetsuya. Like still tanky, managed to escape. All Wilderness News, that's one ultimate down off the board. ABM, if they want to go for a team fight, looks like it'll have to be in the purple buff though. Rather than going to be immobilized, starting us off. Sandwich Walls on towards Apex. He's so low. Getting cancelled time and time again, but managed to escape with an AOG. Glorious Pathway, slowing the list of ABM, but they are all going to be disengaged. Looks like the Regime, they want to pick off Jay though. Oh, so much burst damage from this Beatrix. Carl is just on a roll.
Oh no, that Beatrix already has so many items. The Wind Talker, that Blade of Despair, it's enough for him. And now he has the Haas Claws. Dude, he is ready to take on a beating because he can just lifesteal everything back. And we see the glowing wand out of the Sicilian. A lot of anti-heal onto the side of Divine Regime, I think. If at all, Gatot wants to heal up with his passive by slamming people in the head. He won't really get enough HP back to sustain himself.
Indeed, and you know, since being the main frontliner here for the side of ABM here, sure you have Tetsuya on the show, but he can only go for a pickoff there.
True.
But, meanwhile, it's Zozen on the Hylux and Fate on Hilda, these 2 beefy frontliners, so muscular, so strong here for the side of the Divine Regime. Well, looks like so a load going to be starting there. It's going to be the Luminous Lord, and this just might be a huge key for who wins this game. Apex hovering over the ton, has to go on towards Fate though, plays it safe. There it is, the backline being dived by Zozen. Glorious Pathway slowing Abby down. He gets escaped from the Jiggly door, but Carl picks him up. The Panthers goes on towards Apex, still surviving, but hang on Tetsuya. Oh, they want to go for a play, but look at the side lane. Radium's getting his hurt. Is he going for a back door? No, never mind, he has to go back.
Has to go back. That Hilda is a menace because that Blade Armor is going to do more damage to Radium than he can do to the Hilda. But then again, that Lord is going to go to the side of Team Divine Regime. They're completely turning that 5-0 into an 8-16. 2 times more kills than what ABM have. And we see that the gold gap is a 6,000.
You could say they just flipped the ball in the faces of ABM.
Yeah, they're doing another reverse sweep. Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe. Well, this Lord is going to be so important for the side of the Divine Regime. If they manage to get those core inhibitors, or even all the members of ABM, that's going to be quite difficult. A lot of poke coming in from the Sicilian, but oof.
Sicilian might be, able to poke people, and Sanguine Claws might get the Apex off position. But, well, to be honest, Apex can just escape with the AOG. But he is wasting that resource, that ultimate. Now we see that the team fight might actually
hang on, Apex being dodged, but there's a stun, but gets put on the wall. Tomorrow Jamie wants to go forward. Apex solo on HP, still has the passive stack, but Lonia being chunked down by Radium on the sidelines, has to back off because Kiri is just pushing forwards. Sanguine Claws, Claw gets a turn, and
A maniac onto their side. I think Divine Regime is not here to lose. They're trying to win this without actually struggling. ABM really need to pick up the pace for this one, because if they don't, this next match is going to be the deciding factor for their loss tonight. How do you think it's going to happen? What's going to happen? What do you think, Linwell?
Oh, it's quite difficult. We saw the draft of Divine Regime, we saw the draft of ABM. These are pre-planned drafts after studying each team time and time again. And the ones who executed better is this game. It's Divine Regime.
Of
so
course.
props to Netherlands. I won the first bet. Wait, no, it's not over yet. Hang on. But other than that, I believe ABM still has it. They are a refined team here. They've been playing together for a long time. But, you know, I think you might know the reason why they're struggling a little bit, because the roster changes here.
Yeah, I don't think they actually have that time to. No, they didn't have the time to adjust to their new roster. They don't have that synergy yet. I think maybe by the power of friendship and anime, they might actually get it on going, and they actually will be able to do it midway through the Northeast Cup's second match in the best of 3 today.
Indeed, indeed. I'm so excited here. First game taken by Divine Regime. I'm just so... I don't know, such an interesting game here shown by them. You know, the fact that the MVP though from the side of Divine Regime here, look at the stats there. So much buzz here coming in from the BO3 in those team fights. And even those pokes though, done by the Sicilian. It was quite good.
But that Moskov, though, have a look at that. Radium actually did 90%. However, he was only able to do 11,394 damage. Not really impressive, but he did push the most for his team.
Indeed.
ABM really need to step it up this time, though, because they need to synergize and get together. Because even though the Cho and the Xavier had synergy, they didn't really work together well enough with the rest of their team.
Indeed. That was due to the fact of the front line of Divine Regime. Time and time again, Sozen and Fate providing so much aggression. Even Roran, their setups were so important. And they have these 3 beefy frontliners. It's just a Moskov and a Xavier. There's only so much they can do. Sure, they have Jay on the Alpha, but once we reach that mid-game phase, oof, he's struggling so much.
It was tough because the frontliner, Apex, really had to use the ultimate, the Avatar of Guardian, every single time to escape the problem instead of creating the problem for Divine Regime, which was kind of sad to watch. However, that was good decision. Sometimes it's better to actually retreat and use a resource instead of going and, giving more gold to the side of your opponent, you know?
You know, well, that was quite something, I'd say. You never can predict what happens here in the NEC, but this is the first game here. We've seen the ABM being able to come back up. And, in the elimination, not elimination, in the Swiss brackets, we had them face off against each other, ABM versus Divine Regime, and we all know how that went.
Yep.
It was from a 0-1, Divine Regime was on the losing side, but they got a reverse sweep. So is it going to be ABM this time who does it? Because that is going to be quite poetic.
Yo, poetic is an understatement. That would be really, really... Okay, wait. That's going to be revenge at its sweetest.
Ooh.
That's vengeance. That's that battle spell that we always hate when we're playing marksman, because you're killing yourself every time you attack someone. Oh, tough times. Tough times when I actually have to.
Indeed,
And I just
indeed.
get taunted.
Well, tough times, couple of tough moments here. And I see the draft starting us off. There's ABM on the red side this time, Divine Regime on the blue side. Matilda being banned from the side of ABM here. Looks like Divine Regime though, they're going to follow through for the export once again, targeting Jay here. We've seen him being very notorious with his jungle export, even though it's not that meta.
Well, Jungle Exporg is a questionable choice, but then again, most people should realize once you become good with a hero and you know how to use it, how it gets countered, how everything works around it, you actually can pick that hero regardless of every situation. That's what I do with Argus.
Fair enough here. But before we move forward there, quick shout out here to our beverage partners, Red Bull, media partners, G+, and you see those gaming chairs out there and the monitors here that our players are sitting on. That is given by Gamers Den. So be sure to check them out, guys.
Yes, sir. And if you want your man cave to look real good, you gotta get yourself some Gamers Den items in there.
Indeed. Can't forget about small fun partners, Vivo here, and catering partners, Lush, which we had the lunch here. How do you enjoy that?
I'm gonna be honest with you. The butter chicken was really good. I think Lush is definitely worth the investment because they know what food tastes like, and that was Divine Regime. I'm kidding.
I mean, the food worked as they took the first game here against ABM. But the drafts are being continued here. We see the Hilda ban from the side of ABM, which is quite understandable. Saw from the previous statistics that happened. Meanwhile, the Divine Regime, since they're going to be on the blue side this time around, they're banning off the Hylos here. What do you have to say for that?
Hylos is a pretty obvious ban. You don't want that guy charging at you with his hooves up and just like demolishing you. You don't want to get run over by anyone, do you, Linwo? No,
Yeah.
right? I don't think so. Nobody would want that. And Hylos is the perfect candidate. He has 4 legs. He can just run over you. And someone who can actually run, that Hilda, is going to get banned too, my friend. I don't think these guys are actually taking it easy this time around. Second match is all on the stake.
Indeed. And this is match point here for the side of ABM. If they lose this one to a side of the Divine Regime, they'll be moving towards the lower brackets and facing off the loser of the next matchup here. I believe IGN versus MMG. And either of those teams are so strong here. And we've seen Divine Regime also pull a perfect masterclass for that lineup against ABM. And this time, they are going to be on the blue side, which we saw them comfortable on the red side. Are they going to be able to handle this first pick?
You know, player 1 is always blue and player 2 is always red. But player 1 to the side of team Divine Regime, they go for the Sicilian, doubling down, and I think it's going to work. And I think Divine Regime can make that work in their favor this time again.
Indeed. Very fair pick here. Sicilian, good here. We saw that in the previous side here, previous game. Sicilian, alongside the pressure with the Beatrix, was quite sufficient. But they have given 2 more important picks here towards ABM. So, is this sacrifice or is this trade worth it? Is the question which we want there.
I don't think it's actually really worth it. But then again, we don't really know. The Bruno gets picked. The Malefic Gun and Bruno combination demolishing people maybe with the Tetsuya. With the Cho. Oh, geez. Radium might actually have a stomping match playing
Indeed.
football. Oh, we hear the crowd chanting Layla.
Let's go. Okay. This time it's redemption arc for Tetsuya. Is he going to be able to live up to his name here with the show? We've seen him time and time again. Earlier matchup here. He got the great kicks. He got the great setups. But is that enough in this game here that we're facing off against Divine Regime?
I think it might be something that's you got to, look out for. However, the phobias...
Waiting for his pick again and again. Layla is the counter for Bruno. And
Perfect
Divine
counter.
Regime has picked it up. And, the silence are looking very juicy for Divine Regime. You got the Phobias against the show. It's a very good positive matchup for the side of Divine Regime. Fate is going to have the time of his life. And Carl here. Layla, she has the unstability in the early game phase. But facing off against Bruno here, in theory, Layla wins. But in practice,
Layla wins. Execution is what matters, though. However, Jay is going for the comfort pick, the alpha. Will he be able to redeem himself from the last match? Will he be able to completely turn it around with his ultimate when he charges in? Do you think it's going to happen? But then again, Fredrin gets banned, and Yves. I think Jinx in the background is crying because she can't see Fredrin on the screen today again.
Indeed. 2 great picks here for the side of the Divine Regime, but they sacrificed the Fredrin in process. ABM here, they know what they're dealing with, they know their cards, and quite respectable also. Getting the jungler before the next phase starts here, as there's only a limited amount of heroes here who can face off against the alpha, unless they are going for an assassin jungler, which we have seen Ryan pull off in the past. Is this gonna be a funny game, folks, against a Cho?
Hey,
It's a
Hey, it could happen, but it shows Jeet Kune Do and that Way of the Dragon might be able to catch that Fanny. However, Raren has also played Boxia, which I was actually
Ooh.
going crazy over when I was casting for that match, because in that match, before it happened, I told them I wanted to see a Boxia. I wanted to see heroes that's not used, and maybe I'm hoping maybe they'll actually pick that Boxia again. Raren, are you in for it or are you not? Because Apex is going to go for his pick right now.
Indeed, it's the first pick here for the second phase. ABM, this is going to decide the rest of the pace in the draft here. They lock it in, and it is up to Divine Regimes here. They have the next two picks here. It will be solidified, but Abby is going to have the counter pick of his lifetime. And
True.
it's up to Divine Regime to sort of stabilize with the current draft they have. Because all the lanes have been picked. There's the mage, there's the marksman, and that's the XP laner here. So it's only Roam and jungler left.
Maybe. I'm actually looking in on this match, and I actually see the possibility of a Gatot getting picked again. Maybe what else could be picked? I think Gatot. Oh no, the Thanos and the Edith getting picked onto the side of Team Divine Regime. They're not going home without a trophy, it seems.
Yeah, indeed, this Edith and Thomas is going to be quite the power punch here. But we haven't seen a Thomas in so
Ever.
long. In the jungle lane? In the jungle lane against an alpha? I've never seen this matchup. It's going to be pretty tough here for the side of Divine Regime to pull it off. They have pulled the first game off, but the second game, the stakes are higher, folks. You want to give the leverage to the side laners or even the mage here. But Sicilian, he needs the time to build up those items, needs the time to build up those stacks. Is that going to be given here by the side of ABM? Because so far, the comp is so aggressive.
The comp might be aggressive, but will they be aggressive is the question, because Will Thomas really needs to scale with items. He can get levels and he can become tanky, but the items is what helps him do more damage. And to be honest, I think that Raren could actually pull it off, because, well, I've seen him pull off a jungle Boxia. Why not a jungle Thamus?
Fair enough.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
that's completely solid here. Against AVM?
I'm not sure, but, well, even God's bleed. I've seen that in God of War, and we are in the land of dawn. The rays of light have just stricken down, and I think Jay and Raren both will be going for their red buffs. Lin will. I think the rotation is going to be opposite lanes.
Oh yeah, indeed, might happen, but we have seen them prioritize the jungle clear only before. They want to get the levels up, especially if you're an alpha here. The J is going to be probably jungling a lot. The scam is happening there. A lot of pressure being applied here by side of ABM. And with his chip, he's going to have a great time though. Outshadow coming in, and just a little bit poke onto her Sojan. And Sanguine Claws, just to counter engage.
Chip. Really needs some chips because his health is low, and I think he got that because, well, his health is back up. And now the Tetsuya has come to the mid lane trying to help secure the Litho Wanderer. And now both teams might actually be looking in for a kill, but I don't see that happening. But in the mid lane, I think a little bit of a skirmish is happening.
Yep, indeed. It's always going to be the case here with a Chip and a Valentina. You always want to apply the pressure here, especially on the side of ABM. You want that early lead very much before the turtle fight. And even while during the turtle fight, Alpha that is leveled up is so strong in the early game phase. And against a Sicilian, the early game is all you have sometimes. But wait, Jay is going on towards Rora. So long HP, pops the Alpha charge. He's still sustaining, but Radiant gets the kick. And takes him off. But he's got to flicker out of this danger and escape. But that's 2 for 1.
Ankara Messi, I kid you not. That guy is just going for goals and goals and goals. He is not stopping because this guy knows what he's doing. And Tetsuya might look in for a little bit of trouble right next to the orange lizard side. I see the Phobius jumping in on a lizard, but Tetsuya's kick.
Wait, hang on, it's going through, following it up. It has to flicker out of danger. Apex being charged upon and manages to escape. Ryan's going to start off the turtle here. ADM takes notes of this. 4 members ready for this team fight. Marksman's all on side lane, but Apex here trying to go in. Abby with the Earth Shatter onto West. Oh, no, never mind. He gets a reverse sweep as Alpha Charge lands over towards Zos, and Jay picks up the first kill right before the turtle, though. 4 members of ABM proving so much dominance and disengage. preventing the side of the Divine Regime from coming forward. They pick up the turtle.
Yeah, they've taken the turtle easily, but if you look at it, Raren is still level 4 and Jay is level 5. That means if a retribution battle happened, Jay would still win. He has more damage with the retribution. The retribution scales with level. However, onto the side of ABM, I think everyone is actually doing much better than what they were doing in the first match.
Indeed, much more refined, much more uniform in this case, and this is what we usually see from the side of ABM. But the Divine Regime, though, is still up for the challenge, and you know, the stamina spec here is really difficult. Against a chip also, it's very hard to have any sort of form of engage, because he already has the level 4 here. He has the portal ready on action, and he's hovering over Roran. Doesn't want to give him the jungle farm and just being a menace here.
I mean, Raren did steal the Horned Lizard onto the side of Team ABM. I think that's what they're trying to do. Apex is kind of like punishing him for that by delaying his farm. And I think they get complacent. I think Team Divine Regime are getting a little complacent, but...
Oh, right here, in a bit of trouble. Zoza picks up the kill there. Bulls on active. All members of ABM Avengers assemble onto work Divine Regime. Backline, frontline being dived upon. Jay gets a double kill here, but gets shut down by Kirin. Very good shot down here for Divine Regime, but that's here being chased here. Warren still facing off against the front line, but managed to escape alongside a crab here. It was quite an even trade, I'd say.
2 for 1. I think that's a good trade onto the side of ABM because, well, Layla has gone down and also the Edith. 2 driving factors for the side of Team Divine Regime were taken down by Joseph. No, not Joseph. I mean Jay, who went inside the tower and took an L. He died from the tower damage. However, he did take out the Layla. And, well, if you think about it...
Not like this. He managed to escape here, but they are going to be in the reshuffle here. As Tutsia gets tossed around, and Kieran going to be the one to pick up the kill. Jay in a little bit of trouble as the alpha charge going on towards Kieran. Solo and HP picks him up, but he is going to be taken down in the process, going towards Roran for the kill, as that is quite the masterclass.
Well, to be honest, that was actually kind of like one-sided, but I think Jay was able to take... Oh, in the
balls online! Come! You poor soul. As Raiden picks up the kill. Let's see here. Hovering over you, ABM. They want to go for more, perhaps, but notices the turtle. Apex is zoning up the rest of the Divine Regime, but he will be caught in. Tetsuya going for assistance here. But Apex managed to get away from safety alongside a turtle and a turret. But wait, Fade might be in a bit of trouble. You just escaped successfully there for ABM. Yeah, they got what they want.
Yeah, they did, and that was very convenient. The chip's ultimate, the shortcut, allowed Jay to come from the base right to the turtle without any backlash. That was kind of cool to watch. Because, well, the communication between pro players, that's kind of like crazy to see. Macro, micro, you say it, you see it, you say it all.
And they couldn't agree more with you, my friend. As you know, we've seen the chip time and time again, but there was quite a period where he wasn't picked up in a lot of matches. But ABM showing why Chip is a menace in this matchup. A little bit poke out towards Tetsuya. He's being slapped in the bush here. It's like a mosquito right now, but I think it's just going to become at a counter later on. But
well, to be honest, I think Divine Regime really got complacent after that first win. They decided on leaving the chip open. There is a reason why that hero is a menace. You guys really need to ban that hero, unless of course your enemy does not really have communication and teamwork. Well, then chip fails. Well, then chip fails. But then again, that hero is really strong. We see the itemization though. Linville. Well, to be honest, I see the pass clause on the Bruno, and he's going for the Berserker Fury. That means he's not going to buy the Malefic Gun until the 4th item slot.
Indeed.
And Valentina went for that Glowing Wand. That anti-heal is going to be important. I don't see really much anything else that's happening, except the Sicilian's Clock of Destiny maybe, because, well, that's pretty much a core item. So I think it's more towards the side of ABM, but then again, if they do get complacent, they will be the ones taking the L again.
Yep, quite fair here. It's very difficult to do and pull off here for either teams there, because right now where they stand, the pressure being applied from both teams, ABM here, preventing junglers from coming closer, the Divine Regime there, they are really strong as a team. They have to look out for the portal though. The Fate, looks like it might be caught, uses a flicker so early on, and Jay picks off the turtle, but they will be looking at the Carl. Carl, you're in danger! Flickers off! But he wanted to escape being chased on further, but no, Abby has to flicker back. And that was a little bit too aggressive, I'd say.
I mean, that the shortcut, why? Because to be honest, well, everyone was there and they were boosted by the river's movement speed boost. You don't really need to jump in and... Oh, okay.
Alright, onto Jay, but he is so low on HP. It's 4 members of Divine Regime against Jay. Yes, sole member of ABM on that front line. Fate looking to trade it off in the back line there. But no, they will be taking turret alongside here. Nonetheless, still getting a trade. And this is what we've seen time and time again from ABM. Despite losing out on those kills, despite losing out on those objectives, they still managed to pull through, whether it be split push or different kills.
Agreed. And that 2,600 gold lead onto the side of ABM really looks nice. But will they lose it, Linwill, is the question. I see that Jay actually went into a 1 versus 4. Didn't really check on anyone in the map. Didn't really see anyone. He shouldn't have taken that fight, but he still did. And he got, punished for that.
You know, remember what Apex said? He's a solo player.
Yeah, I agree.
But he showed it there. But he could still make it work. It's still doable.
He could.
For the side of ABM, but it is match point.
He could make it work, but I don't really see anything happening on the side of Team Divine Regime right now, except for that J kill in that top area, in the jungle.
Yep, maybe it's just shocking them down, but wait, mid lane here being protected. Apex juggles around, pops in the portal. Tyrion gonna take him down. Radiant gets a turret, but Jay just into trouble. Managed to dash out right into safety. As all the members of ABM, they just back off. They got the turret, sacrifice for Apex. And this is just quite a really good trade.
That was tough to watch, to be honest, because right now Apex is actually jumping into situations that he's not supposed to be into, and he is getting Jay in trouble too. Because, well, it's the second time that Jay has gotten into a tricky situation with the shortcut. However, I see that it's working out for them, because Divine Regime is kind of getting a little overconfident. They're trying to step out of boundaries, and the Bruno finally has himself the Malefic gun. I think it's going to go to the side of Team ABM this time around.
Yep. Well, man, if it works, it works. Yeah, Apex really works. So right now, Law is going to be spawning in here. It's up for grabs. Teams could go for a bait. Radium is in the top lane section here. It's only Kieran. Will he get caught? Jay is hovering over that. Well, looks like the turret's going to be melted down. The balls of Radium. It's just so much for these turrets to be dealt with. This Lord is being tested. The waters are being tested here for both sides. Looks like ABM is trying to distract Divine Regime a little bit.
A little bit of Lord baiting is required to pull them out of their comfort zone and pull them into some area that they have total control over. Because once Apex actually gets that shortcut on, everyone from the map could be able to get to that position, catching them off guard. But I don't think Apex is already in on that. He's trying to look into that shortcut, what do you call it? That ability, the fourth ability, which allows him to teleport. I think he has vision onto whoever is there.
Indeed.
But that's why Jay is going for the turtle.
Yep, indeed. That's the idea. As you can know, it's only off the rest of the side of the Divine Regime. First Lord being taken here for ABM here. It is only the 11-minute mark right now. So, yeah.
It's going to be that early Lord. Not that much damage, but will provide a bit of value in terms of pushing towers, maybe. In terms of getting that Lord kill, that gold that you get split among your team. That too, it's good. It's good. I'll be honest. It is good. And like Batoski says, if you're going to skip the third turtle, just go for the Lord. You might actually get more gold from that. It's more valuable too. You're able to push.
Yep, indeed. And it's just like an additional hero at this point when you have him into your team. Well, it looks like ABM, they will be taking the mid lane second third there. Probably be contested. Jay hovering over that alongside Apex to try to go in. Tetsuya with the bait here. He could go already used on cooldown now. He could go in for dive, but he just won the third damage here. Oof. Layla just stuck in the backline, but the damage is not consistent there. It's just so far. Conceal play being active. Apex could try to go in, but he's just so disciplined. Doesn't want to do that. Wait, hang on there. Backline being dived there. Jose pops in the hang on.
Flicker and the ultimate.
Yeah.
I think Edith really needed to escape that situation because he was caught in between 4 people. Not really nice. But all 3 of the holy blasts from the tier 1 towers on all 3 lanes have been taken off from the side of Divine Regime. That's going to be tough because, well, all 3 of the tier 2 towers onto the side of ABM are still up.
Yep, and they're playing such a disciplined game here from ABM.
Yep.
They don't want to lose this. The Divine Regime here are pushed back so far into the inhibitor turrets, and they just have to look for mistakes that ABM makes and maybe get a pick off, but it's looking quite difficult. I'd say this is when the Layla and the Sicilian starts to get stacking the damage, and it is already onto the 13-minute mark.
Agreed. And Tetsuya really bought himself that blade armor. I think he's going to go for the defense items that he's prioritizing the defense items. And to be honest, he should, because the Layla, he's going to be a menace in the late game. Kyle with the Layla will be able to do so much crit damage, but that will be negated, reduced, whatever you want to call it, by that blade armor, and it will slow him down by 15% for every basic attack that he does.
Indeed.
Good
you know,
item.
it's those tiny moments there. You survive for a few more seconds, and that few seconds is just what your team needs sometimes in most of the situation. He knows his target. It's going to be Carl, the marksman there. Kieran is going to be targeted by someone else here. And Apex here, being discovered with Fate. They're both hovering over. The next Lord spawning in a matter of 14 seconds or so. ABM are split here. They want to clear off the lanes before this Lord fights. Meanwhile, the Divine Regime, they're ready to take this fight.
They are, and I think the second Lord, the Luminous Lord, has spawned, and I think it's going to be really tough for Divine Regime to take this one under ABM's noses.
Yep, indeed. It's going to be quite a situation. Well, it's going to be started here. ABM starting off the Lord there. And looks like all 5 members are ready for that situation. One regime spots it out, but they're going to get zoned off by Apex. Flickers out of safety, but gets taken. Nonetheless, he will be spawning in time, I believe so, for the next Lord here. And this is going to be guns and blazing. The Divine Regime has to pull up all they can, all the tricks and skills for defending this next push.
Yup, and I like the itemization of Tetsuya. He's going really strong with the items. However, you know what? I see the Alpha getting that Winter Crown. So that means he's going for that top 1 global Alpha build with the Wings of Apocalypse and everything. Good stuff.
Yep. Looks like the Divine Regime, they want to go for sneaky Lord clear, but Tetsuya now just pushes them back, and looks like they all be sinking the waves here. And this is something that's really good. They're splitting off the side of the Divine Regime, although Jay is in the top lane section. Mid lane though, being slowly pushed here by the Luminous Lord, and looks like Apex trying to go for his setup. He doesn't have his flicker ready though, so he'll have to wait for the rest of the Divine Regime to come and push forward. More of a reactive play, but they're getting turret platings left and right, mid lane down, bot lane down, it's only the top lane left, and looks like ABM wants to take this also. Fate trying to defend this is the main frontliner. Backline being done by Apex, he does go with the polar, but it doesn't matter, it's Radium. Picks up the door, but Carl gets a trade nonetheless, the trade of a trade. Heroes fall as Fate and Zozen goes down. It's only Radiant versus Carl finally taking the victory. ABM looking to end the game. 4 members, 2 members so low in HP. Jay being hovered over and pushed back over Roran. Roran, the main frontliner, gets Alpha charge and terrified. Abi makes up the kill. It's only Kieran left, and ABM taking the second game. It's 1-for-1, folks, coming down to the wire.
We are in for a 3rd game this series because ABM have redeemed themselves from that loss in the first match. That was a tough one.
Oh, yep.
And I'm not going to lie, it's looking kind of equal. It's balanced. I love the thing that's happening right now. The energy that both teams are bringing in is kind of like peak performance. However, we can also see that both teams do have their flaws, and they're not working on that.
Agreed.
I saw Tetsuya working pretty well this time, though. It was nice to see, because, well, in the first match, there was that communication gap. There was that teamwork gap. However, in the second match, I think it all worked out for them.
Yep, and we're going to take a look at the stats here. As you see on the board, the MVP going towards Jay this time around. Really showed up with those alpha charges and dealt so much damage despite being so tanky. And meanwhile there, on the side of the Divine Regime, it's going to be Kieran here. We all know, we've seen his Cillian in the first game and the second game. Time and time again, he has proven that if you give enough time to him to build up those stacks, he is going to show through. But looking at the damage here, it's not going to be none other than, wait, Carl did more damage than Kieran? What?
Holy, that looks surprising.
Very.
Very. Damn. Okay, but then again, 100% of the damage from onto towers was from Layla.
I mean,
not that much. Not that much. So.
Comparing to Radium, yeah, that's 10 times the damage. Come on, man.
Oh no, that's 12 times the damage.
Yeah.
Damn. I thought it was 32,000, but well, tough luck. My eyes really need a pair of
it's all right,
glasses.
But ABM here pulling us up and saying that we are not down for the count. We still can show what we can do in this tournament. And check down the Divine Regime in the second game. It's 1-for-1, folks. And remember, the stress brackets. It went from 0-1 to 2-1. Divine Regime with a reverse sweep. Is it gonna happen, folks? Is ABM gonna have a reverse sweep in the first day for the first matchup?
Well, to be honest, if that's gonna happen, I wish that I wish that ABM, all of them, take the battle spell Vengeance just to rub it in and have one Retribution user. But that's not gonna happen. MOBA Legends is not gonna actually have that meta where 4 people with Vengeance is gonna work out anytime soon.
Unless you
if
never
it's
know.
Brawl.
I mean, maybe.
knows,
Maybe it could be a different spell. Could be Revitalize, 4 Revitalizes.
That works
I
in
would
Brawl.
agree.
That
Good.
totally works in Brawl. However, we don't really see that in normal games. you know?
Indeed. What a second game here. First game. You know what? I have to say that the stats doesn't matter anymore. Screw the stats. It's all up to these players. They've changed everything. And the final game for this matchup, ABM versus Divine Regime. I'm so excited to see what they have for us in third game. Because it is going to come down to the wire here. Both teams are going to be pretty serious. And are they going to give it their all? Because if you show all your cards right now, the next matchup is going to be pretty hard.
They did leave the Bruno open. I think they shouldn't do that again. And they did leave the chip open too. 2 amazing heroes. Really tough.
It is.
I think they shouldn't have done that. Divine Regime really did get complacent.
That's true. Very much so. And now, since I think they'll be on the blue side now, ABM, Divine Regime seem more comfortable on the red side. So that's going to be quite good to see. If ABM is the red side their best position, or is it the blue side?
Okay, there is a theory, okay? There's a real big theory. It's a conspiracy theory, okay? And it's that everyone who plays on the red side really have more luck and more chances of winning. It does not really work like that, but, well, it might be the case. Maybe they actually do have that luck onto the side of red.
That's true. But, you know, I'm more of a... I mean, I am a red guy. So, Divine Regime... I mean, am I a red guy? I don't know. Okay,
I'm a blue guy.
This is red, yeah. So, Divine Regime, third game, they have to show us what they can do. I mean, they did show us what they can do in the first game. Second game was quite a tough matchup. ABM just gave no space for any flaws and just pushed over it time and time again. You said Apex was playing sometimes really aggressive, but I saw that he made those plays for getting the objectives, getting those turrets, and getting the trade-off. Because if they didn't have that first middle lane turret, it wouldn't be possible to snowball further into the jungle. Because it opens up the map so much for ABM.
Wait, I was mentioning that about the time that, Chip, they all got the turtle, and then they just ran in with the boosted movement speed from the river, and they just directly just took a drift. They drifted in, and they just went to the tower, like,
Tokyo drift.
Like, what? I didn't expect that, and Jay went into, it's just chaos that happened. I think, Apex realized that he shouldn't do that again,
player.
And then he was able to lock in and get all of those kills and set his ultimates right. I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It did turn out well in the end for them,
Indeed. And, sometimes the end's all that matters. But we'll have to see if these two teams, do they want to go to the loser's bracket, or do they want to take this victory? Because confidence is something that's going to come into play in a lot of situations. Sure, strategy comes into play, lineups, practice, all that things, even sniping off, scouting your enemies and seeing what they're good at. That's all comes into play, but in the end, if you don't have confidence in executing those compositions, executing those ideas, it's going to be quite difficult.
And that is one thing that you guys need to learn. An opportunity missed is an opportunity. An opportunity not taken is an opportunity missed. And to be honest, if you don't take that kill, okay, on that Bruno, if he's in the tower and you have your whole team, if you don't jump in and take it, that might as well snowball into maybe a butterfly effect that makes you lose the game. Maybe it could happen. It could happen.
It's a Bruno versus Layla, so the one that gets the upper hand first is going to be the one who dominates. But if Layla gets it, it's slightly more dominating because of the range.
It's dangerous. It's
Yeah.
dangerous when
Not
a
slightly,
Layla's better.
very dangerous. Okay, but she does need that malefic gun, right?
Yep. He does need a malefic gun. But you know one hero that actually counters that, Layla? Guess. It's easy. It starts with A. The first letter of the alphabet.
Apex.
Oh, yes. You're right. Apex counters Layla.
Yes,
Guys, pick Apex.
My favorite hero from
Kidding.
Mobile 5v5.
Argus is the answer.
And
I felt bad that you didn't recognize.
But folks, one more thing there. It is the LAN phase. So these players here, Apex from ABM, he does have the international experience and the experience in those LAN games. We know that Divine Regime also has a LAN experience, but is it going to be enough here? International versus national experience. I don't know. Both is
matter.
experience given.
It doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Dude, these guys are sitting up all night. We were watching them play all night. I was actually just enjoying the fact that they were playing. I was sitting and listening in on their them talking. It was fun. It was fun to watch. They're enjoying the game. And I'm kidding. I kid you not. That's what MOBA Legends is all about. It's about enjoyment. It's about playing to have fun with your friends. And these guys are friends who are here on the big stages, and you guys could be here too.
Yep.
Like, why not? If you guys are good, if you guys actually have good synergy, you could be here too. And I'm not going to lie. Me and Lynn will want to cast for you guys.
Could happen. Could happen in the future. Could happen tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Could happen like a year later.
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow's a different match, dude.
Oh, yeah,
We
tomorrow's a
got-
different match, yeah.
Got
But-
day 2 of the NEC LAN here, but that might just happen. You never know, unless you catch us off guard. Maybe. I don't know.
Maybe a
Don't
wild
sneak
card?
into our hotels.
Wait, maybe a wild card. Maybe.
No, there's no. Get out of here. In the top 4? No,
I'm kidding.
no.
I'm kidding. I'm
Come
totally
on.
kidding. It's just banter. And besides, well, at the end of the day, it's all a fun game. And that's
Fair
how
enough,
we're
yeah.
supposed to take it. And everything else is all about how you enjoy with your team.
Yep, indeed. Teamwork makes the dream work. That's what they all say.
Amen.
And
Preach, brother. Preach.
in the end, I feel like good leadership is also still the case here.
True.
They both have good leaders, both Divine Regime and ABM. Got Apex from ABM and Zozen from the South Divine Regime, which time and time again we saw in those important team fights they pulled through in the first game, the second game. In the first game, Apex was just choked out.
Yeah, true.
If we went to
Totally
the XP lane and Tetsuya with a Cho onto Rome, maybe it could have been a better scenario, but that didn't happen.
I mean, Tetsuya, I think, went for the full
Wait,
tank
he was
build, right?
Rome, never mind.
No.
Tetsuya was the Rome? Cho was Rome, right?
No. Cho was the EXP.
Yeah, so
Cho kept coming into
yeah.
every lane. I think that's why we thought that he was the roam, maybe.
Yeah.
He was always in the bot lane. He was able to get that.
He was
wave.
everywhere.
He was everywhere. That's what you should be doing too. Don't just stay to your lane, clear it, rotate around the map. That's a good practice, guys. You will have a lot of opportunities. Try Khalid out. Get used to his rotations. And I tell you, that hero can teach you a lot of things about how to play and rotate around the
Yes.
map.
And just like Craig said, be everywhere. If you're in Guwahati, come over to the ITA center here and watch the game
Yeah,
live. if you want to,
exactly.
yeah.
Come over here to Guwahati. Okay,
You might get
ITA
to meet
Stadium.
us.
Huh?
You might get to meet us, even the
Exactly.
players.
ITA
Yeah.
Pragjyoti. Be here, be right now, and
Indeed.
not right now. Maybe tomorrow. We do have
Right
matches
now.
tomorrow and day after. So we will be excited to watch
That's
you.
true.
To watch more matches with you guys on the not podium. I mean, the seats. The seats. Yes, the seats.
Yeah, seats are available.
forgot what this
so
is called.
You can sit anywhere.
I forgot what this is called for
Yeah.
a second. Holy.
They can't sit here. But yeah, they can't sit over there in the crowd.
Totally.
But time works there. But if we run out of space, I don't know. Maybe we could get extra chairs So,
True.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
happen.
also on top too.
I think there's an upper floor too. Yeah.
There's an upper floor too.
So, yep.
You
That's
can
quite
come
it
in?
for the land there. But the feeling is different. I'll tell you this. We've been casting time and time again on those online tournaments, on the online phases, and this time we're finally here in the LAN phase. The players are finally here. Sure, they both have the LAN experience, but for India, national here, most of the states are fighting off against each other. It's the Northeast Cup, and they're finally here. So much hype, so much excitement, so
know,
much
right?
expectations from all these teams here. Yeah.
I'm hyped. You know why? This is my first LAN ever. This is my first offline event ever. I'm kind of like excited. I'm also shaking in my boots. I'm actually kind of like scared, but this is fun.
Scared
And I am
yet.
not scared yet. Ooh, nice one.
Get
But
outta here.
yeah, I'm not scared yet, but I'm not scared yet, of course. Scared yet is
He's
the
over
best.
there.
Yeah,
he's probably
over there.
somewhere in the front line there
Exactly.
watching. Yeah.
If you guys come over here, you can actually meet him too.
Okay, yeah. Looks like the next match is probably going to be ready in a matter of few seconds or
Yep,
moments here. Looks
Yep.
like it's going to be ABM on the red side, and there was a coin
no,
toss.
Divine
so-
Regime on the red side.
No, there was a coin toss, and I got info. So basically, ABM's on the red side, and Divine Regime's on blue side. So ABM prefers to be on red side, at least for this matchup against Divine Regime. And Divine Regime, they have to focus up. They have to get whatever info that they can from all of their teams. The coach needs to focus up. The leader needs to focus up. Maybe see what they can to do for this next game, because winner takes all for this matchup.
Exactly, and I think that player 2, okay, the red, player 1 is usually red and player 2 is usually blue. Sorry,
Yeah.
wait, that's
Go
the
on,
other way
guys.
around. It's the other way
Yeah.
around. So yeah, it's usually, I think player red is kind of cooler, and there's some kind of luck attached with player 2.
I like blue more now.
I mean, yeah, blue is the ocean, it's the
Yeah.
world.
I'm blue. Da ba dee da doo da, da ba dee da.
Oh, wait, why are we singing
Alright,
that?
alright, okay. So, Divine Regime on blue side, ABM on the red side. It's going to be very difficult. We've seen that ABM, they really like to make their trades. So take one meta hero for another and get a better equalization. Because if you get two meta heroes or two really great core picks against one, I mean, two is more than one. I can't do math at least.
One plus one is 2, so I think 2
Yeah.
is better. Two is always better than 1. I kid you not.
Yeah.
But Divine Regime really need to pick up their pace, because last match they were in a struggling spot. They got complacent after that first win. They allowed Bruno and Chip to slip into the hero pool that's allowed to be picked for ABM, and that led them to a direct defeat. However, I think ABM also need to make sure they actually lock in this game and not make any silly mistakes, because, well, no matter what you think about, you have to be very, very on point with every one of your executions and every one of your moves.
And they couldn't agree more with you. And that is how it is in most of the cases, especially with this current matchup. ABM, Divine Regime, they've both shown us what they're capable of. They've both shown us the strengths and weaknesses in the first round, in the second round. Now it comes down to the third round here, who is going to keep moving up to the next bracket and facing off against the winner of IGN versus Meow Meow Meow. I mean, Meow Meow Meow, Meow Meow Gang in the next matchup, which, I'm Team Manipur, because Manipur.
Yeah, of course. I mean, dude, if there's a cat involved, I'm Manipur too. Yo, I got you. Fist bump.
You're Manipur in heart.
Manipuri by heart.
Yeah. Unless you get a Manipuri girl.
No,
You know?
I have a girlfriend.
Oh,
Sad.
okay, bummer. Never mind.
It's okay.
So scratch that. Okay. ABM versus Divine Regime. We're seeing the playstyle for both sides. ABM very disciplined. Divine Regime, when they have that snowball, they're able to push through so many situations and, punish ABM from playing like they usually want to. Because time and time again, we saw Apex trying to make those plays, trying to give the vision for his team, but he was punished so much. And now in the third game, it's the same story going to happen, because we saw in the second game, Apex was the main core player for the setups. The chip was so viable for all those team fights.
Maybe we're gonna see the Apex Grok coming in with his
Oh.
you know, just slamming people into the wall, the wild charge and everything. Sticks and stones might break your bones, but Apex's Grok is gonna destroy everything.
It's a wild charge. Imagine he just gets out, starts charging over towards the Divine Regime. That's gonna be quite interesting.
Dude, I'm running, dude. If I ever see Grok running at me, I'm just running.
Yeah,
I
you
know,
see
I'm
the
giving
size
up.
of Grok?
Dude, I'm giving up. I give up. I just
Yes.
give up. I just give up. Dude,
I-
I can't escape something that big. It's a mountain.
At least
I'm
you're
an ant.
honest. At least you're honest. But we're going into the draft phase
draft.
probably in a matter of a few seconds, folks. The players are ready, the staff is ready, the audience is ready, the casters are ready, and the viewers are ready. As we see the first two bans here already being done. The Divine Regime on the blue side, ABM on the red side. Let's make magic happen, folks. Come on.
Magic is happening because Xborg is going to get banned because, well, Jay really plays that
Again.
Xborg and Bruno. Divine Regime is not complacent anymore. Bruno getting banned, and Matilda, well, Matilda is obvious. It's obvious.
Yeah.
No more complacency. Bruno getting banned off pretty fast. Hilda too, because the first game it was a menace.
Yes.
Oh, it was tough to watch. That full tank Hilda was able to actually zone out and waste a lot of ultimates, especially with that passive hiding in that bush. She was able to absorb most of every damage that was coming onto the side of Team Divine Regime.
She's one of the XP laners who's just so tanky and has the ability to heal up all the damage being soaked. But just being in a bush, there's not many XP laners that can do that. Sure, you have to revitalize, but that passive healing comes in clutch so many situations. And even the shield, because sometimes if you let the Hilda snowball so much, it's just impossible. But look at the next bans that are coming in. It's a chip here for Divine Regime. They know and they don't want to face against Apex. But ABM, what are they going to be banning next? It's going to be the main deciding factor for the next draft that's about to start.
Yep. Sometimes you're just sitting there behind the screen and wondering, what are these players thinking? And that's exactly how you start becoming a professional player. And we see the first pick onto the side of Team Divine Regime.
What's it gonna be? What's it
How
gonna
are
be?
What's their thoughts? I really want to get a glimpse of what they're thinking right now.
Yeah. The question is it a mage? Is it the XP laner here in this case?
Maybe
Could be
the tank.
neither. But
Maybe the tank.
yeah, could even be a jungler in this case. Well, tank, I feel like they still need to take their time with that. But for now, still being hovered over from the side of the Divine Regime, thinking about it, could go for one of the Spearos here. And I feel like a Zushan could be pretty solid if they want to cover it. But oh, there is the Hylos here getting picked up. He was banned in the second game, but now in the third game, we're going to see Zozen once again in a comfortable spot.
Zozen getting that Hylos is pretty insane, but Jay getting that Alpha for the third time. I really love to see it. And Sicilian also going out the side of ABM. Alpi getting that Sicilian. Okay, well, we see Raren getting the Fredrin. Raren and the Fredrin. That sounds pretty good together, you know?
Indeed.
I think he'll make it work even better.
Indeed. If anyone could pull it off, it's got to be Rara here.
Of course.
And he did do it in the first game, though now in the third game, he does have Zozen to back him up, but Carl is going to be locking in Granger here, folks. We're having a Granger game against Radium's Beatrix. This is going to be
Holy.
quite interesting.
On Nibiru, I don't think so. Rhapsody is here to just shoot. Nibiru can do a lot of damage in many instances, but Granger, that's where it's at.
Yep, it's music versus bullets here, with the violin versus the shotguns provided by Beatrix. But now the second ban phase is going to be going in. What?
Why did I just think of Guns N' Roses for a second?
Oh, that's a classic one.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And we see the first
Oh.
ban. It's going to be a Joy.
Yep, Joy's going to be pretty solid there for a ban, but I guess we're predicting it perhaps, but there's Carmel ban coming up, and now the final ban from side of ABM. What are we expecting here? Probably a mage, or is it gonna be XP laner? Question, because Zozen's on the Hylos.
I think they need to, cut down the mage throws. The options that they have on mages, they really need to cut it down because, while Sicilian is a good mage, they have the advantage in the mid lane. If at all, they actually do let out some good mages like maybe Vexana or Aurora that might actually disrupt ADM's whole positioning.
Yep, indeed. Especially having such a front line. They still need to pick their roamer there. Or perhaps could be, I mean,
It's the
there
Aurora.
is that the Aurora? That is an Aurora band coming up. And the final band here for the side of ABM gonna be the deciding factor for the next draft. And it is gonna be ABM here who gets the first pick in the second draft phase. The Divine Regime gotta look for a roamer band perhaps.
Not more of an XP laner. I think Phobius should get banned right now because if at all they let
Or-
Phobius out,
Right.
ABM might get the advantage.
Tetsuya, Cho. Are they gonna
Cho.
ban off the Cho?
Maybe that's got a possibility. To be honest, Tetsuya could really use it in the EXP, maybe even the roam positions. But it's gonna be the Gatot getting banned.
Oh.
Surprise, surprise.
Okay.
I didn't really see him. I didn't expect him after the second match where they just left him open.
Yep.
But damn, he got banned like instantly. Tetsuya, as expected, goes for that show. Really good to see him, play show. He's very fluid with his motions. Every one of his Jeet Kune Do, it's like he's practiced it as much as a karate or a martial artist has done throughout his life. That's
Indeed.
exactly how he plays, It's like a fluid motion of water. Be water, my friend.
Yep. And as Bruce Lee said, I do not fear a man who has mastered 1,000 kicks. I fear a man who has mastered one kick. Or was it punches? Could work either way.
It could work either
Yeah.
way. And, Zenitsu. Well, basically, one sword style.
Fair
and
enough, yeah.
Lapu Lapu, though.
Okay.
Swords.
Swords versus kicks here. Lapu on Fate. Fate on Lapu. It's going to be Kirin with the Valentina. But Apex with the Jawhead. Okay, this is going to be quite interesting here. Look at both sides.
I think he's not. I think Apex is really not taking it any bit easy. He's just trying to make sure he has his comfort picks. Jawhead is one of the heroes that he's actually known for, and I think it's pretty good.
Yep, indeed. And due to the fact that it's going to be positioned pretty well, he has the setups that can be done with Tetsuya. So the main problem, I believe, though, is going to be on those team fights. ABM focusing more on pickoffs here with both the Jaw and the Jawhead. And the Jaw and the Jawhead.
Jawhead.
But Divine Regime, though, they have this massive front line. They have the backline diver with the Lapu Lapu. Even Zozen has time and time again provided so much support with the Glorious Pathway. And ABM, is this going to be enough? That's the question we all have for today. But we are going to go on to Land of Dawn, folks. It's going to be the final match of this first series of ABM versus Divine Regime. And ABM on the red side, Divine Regime on the blue side. And they're going to be starting us off.
Holy, Jay is going to go for that blue buff, and Frederick, raw red, he is able to clear that red buff pretty fast, going to go to the blue buff directly because Hylos is helping him clear. And I think he's done that in the first match too.
Yep,
And that
indeed.
worked out pretty well for them because they won that match easy. I think they actually are going for their A game, and Tetsuya is
Ooh.
in a little bit of a tricky situation.
Yep. Here's his Jikundo. Fate though dashed off to safety. Retribution gonna be landed by Jay and get this first lethal wonder successfully. Yep. Although the pressure that's been applied here, as I said, ADA has it time and time again. And looks like they'll be waiting for their levels up before the fight initiates.
Yeah, and I think Jay really has an advantage right now because, well, Fredrin is still level 3, and Spear of Alpha, he already has it. Alpha really has the ultimate already. Damn.
Yeah, it's going to be level 5 almost in the next jungle rotation. Looking for a pick in the mid lane sections. Going to shout out Kirin though. He does give away his location nonetheless. Meanwhile, Frederick in the bot lane section, Tetsuya forced to play it back, and the lane cut just might him put in a bad position for an engage if they go for it. ABM though hovering over the mid lane section, Kirin hovering over that, minion wave, and Lord Turtle gonna be spawning up, but Jay walking towards those end, pushes him back. 4 members of ABM, they want to zone out and get this objective. They want to be in the upper hand in the early game, especially with a Jawhead and a Cho.
I'm seeing something repeat again and again. I see that Raren always goes for the horned lizard, that lizard thing that exists on the bottom side of the map, and Jay really lost it. He does not have the level 5, but guess what? Raren does not have it either, and it's going to be a fair fight. Apex is in on it. Ejector!
Hang on, Fade diving the black point here, being tossed around. First fire not getting saving him, but it does flicker out. Still surviving, but Abby slaps him with the bad impact. Third fight still going on. Apex being stunned there, but Kirin picks up the turtle amidst all the junglers. There's the J-Cone though being used, and Tetsuya not gonna land a kick here. It's gonna be falling back as the turtle falls in the hands.
I think both of the mages really outdid themselves because, well, Sicilian got the first blood and Valentina got the first turtle. There goes Bennett's ultimate, trying to get maybe a hit on that Granger, but Granger was able to slip away with a second skill and shoot one ultimate into Beatrix's face. I think that's disrespect.
Yep, indeed. I really like what Tetsuya is doing, but he might be punished for it. Hang on, gets kicked away, follows it through. He knows his life is over, but no, he gets away out of all odds. Their glorious pathway popped in the mid lane here against Apex. Looks like Zosen and Apex are having a little bit of a skirmish, but does have his ultimate ready.
That was funny though. When you saw that glorious pathway getting used, it's like the Centaur was racing after the Apex, the robot, and it was just like, he's running with his arms out wide. He's just escaping the Centaur. It was funny to watch.
Indeed, yeah. The robot versus the Centaur. Nature versus science. Oh, wait. Zosen here going on to his Abby. It's just a stun here. Every time any initiate happens, I'm like, this guy's going down, this guy's going down. But there's just so much spacing here done by the players. They don't want to give anything to the Apex work. Going on to Kirin. That's a hard top of force with the ejector being thrown in. But the perfect zoning in by Zosen. Heals up back to quarter HP. And it's going to be Apex who falls in the trade instead for his team. ABM now 4v5, but Tetsuya tried to look for evening out. Doesn't want to commit there on towards Fate. And does have the flicker for it, but he doesn't commit towards it. So far we've been seeing these team fights time and time again. But what about the side lane here? The pressure that's been given towards Radium by the rest of the Divine Regime has been so much.
Well, Radium really needs to make sure he's safe because he is the deciding factor of their team. ABM will win if Radium is in the zone. Like last match, Radium just focused the tower and was able to take it for the win for his team. And we see it again.
Wait, hang on. This is being content, but there's ensemble force on towards Warren. On the utility down. Zosen does have to go his pathway. He's zoning up the rest of the ABM here. They're being chunked down also. A lot of burst damage here, but the alpha charge gets two. A turtle being taken down and it gets kicked here in the back line. Warren there. Praises land being cancelled. I've been picking up the kill there. Carl going on to him. They are here in the Lanterni. Carl and Radium.
For the side of Team ABM, I think Radium was a little too slow in terms of rotation, but in the top lane.
No way! Oh, Carl, you can't be doing that, man. You can't be doing that without getting punished. And he finally gets shut down here. Jay getting that. It's going to give him so much goal here. And he's going to be missing out on an entire wave here. Radium.
I think he actually forgot which tower was his. Charged right into the enemy tower. But
it happens to the best of us. But
it happens to the best.
This mistake going to be worth it there. Oh, hang on, Joe's end. So low. Look at it, Alpha. Has to pop the glorious pathway. Even the revitalize. Wait, injected onto the back line here. Patch off at the marksman here. But yeah, Radium gets him off. Fate. It looks like Fate is not on your side, folks. As ABM here, time and time again, getting those pickoffs, and it's been so worth it.
Oh, totally worth it. I see that ABM really have the advantage because, well, it's 4 and 7. I think that red team is actually their advantage.
Yep,
I
indeed.
think when you do that coin toss against ABM, just go for the red team.
Indeed. Luck plays a favor even in these events, and sometimes. If you're a normal casual player, you think both sides are the same thing. But no, red team gives you so much advantage right now, at least in the current patch notes. And ABM are showing why it is so. But Carl might be in a bit of trouble. Backline here. But that's he's going to be the one who gets caught instead and gets sleep by this violin as Tetsuya picks it out. But Fade in the backline gets one more, gets a stun. Apex. Hang on, he just might be away. But no, never mind. The Warrior Regime playing it safe. They know what they got. They can't be too greedy. But they look on towards the turtle here. Will they be going for it? Wait, Fate might just get ejected. No. Apex zoning them off. This might be a trouble, but no, Kyle? let's get a pick up on this.
They gotta play it safe. Divine Regime don't really have their hyper. They don't have their jungler ready to steal the turtle, so they gotta play it safe, not make any wasted movements, and be careful. Because, well, right now, Jay has the advantage. He has more farm and more items, but Radiant gets the kill onto that. Granger out of nowhere, out of the map. Of course, in the top lane, we were not seeing that.
Come on, Divine Regime. Come on.
Got it.
You can do this one. Hang on.
Divine Regime, you can do this. But I am rooting for ABM, though.
Yeah, but I think I'll have to give you some money after this match, but if that happens. But wait, never mind. Hugs in the main game now. Apex having over. Doesn't want to go with the ejector. There. Gets taunted, gets stunned. Is he going to be a bit of trouble? There is the Brave Spoiler. Fate is going to answer back on that doorstep as he gets Apex here. It was trade off. But Radium is here for the goodbye there. Jigundo kill. Triple Divine Team left, and they will be pushing on towards the side lanes.
See, a lot of resources were wasted to get Apex down that they forgot that he's not the damage dealer. He's the damage, taker. Okay, he's just a tank. He absorbs the damage. He takes the damage. That's his role. And you're just, jumping into that. That's not something that you need to do.
It's nature versus science. He's a tank.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a Panzer tank.
It's a Panzer tank.
It's a Panzer tank.
Up in day, but here shows the bring breakthrough. Tatsuya playing around. Yes, just making spice here, adding it to the cooking pot, adding it for ABM. But is it gonna be overcooked? Is it gonna be too? What do you call that in Hindi? Tika.
Tika.
Yeah, indeed. But looks like ABM. They can't go too far. They got the turret. They'll be waiting for this Lord, unless it's gonna be a bait here for Divine Regime to fall into the trap that which they have set up.
I don't think so. I don't think so because, well, they have no towers down. Divine Regime have not taken down any tower, so that means ABM is going to get that free first Lord. That's going to be easy for the side of Team I call it Radium. I just said Radium.
Team Radium.
It's Team ABM, but with a Radium in their team.
Indeed.
And, well, I'm not going to say anything.
Tatsuya?
Tatsuya?
Oh, I thought he was going to go for the flicker play, but not too soon, folks.
He has the flicker ready.
Yep.
Just have it usable.
Yep. And it's just been trade after trade, so they don't want to give out anyone. They still have their ultimates, saving it up for the important moment. Lord marching down the top lane section. ABM this time, though, they're not sinking their waves.
True. And I think Sicilian and, Cho bought themselves the roaming item. Guys, really, you should get the roaming item once it crosses level 8.
Hey,
Jawhead Unstoppable Force.
Hang on. This might be a mistake. No, hang on. There's a player spider. Fate also diving in, but there's so much burst damage from the Sicilian. Abi is online as this is his time to shine. It was Radium, but this is gonna be Abi though. Oh there, Tetsuya goes on the back line. The Jigundo, the figure play, but he is gonna be trapped instead. And Carl is gonna pick him off. It's only 4 members of ABM left. They have to back off unless they get a pick here with Apex still hovering over that. They get the top lane turret. They got what they came for. It's Abi here. It's Tetsuya for the turret.
Well, I think it's working out for the side of ABM because, well, they have a 6,000 gold lead. Almost. Yeah, almost 6,000 gold lead.
That's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Shut up and take my money. That's like a meme. But yeah, I think it's going to work out for Team ABM. It keeps going like this, but if Divine Regime really needs to win this, I think they need to make sure they don't waste their spells. They shouldn't waste their spells. They need to keep their resources for the damage dealers.
Indeed.
Now, they have little to no CC. The Valentina can't really copy any good ultimate for, side of Team ABM. She really does not have any good ultimate. Fate can do the damage, but he's not going to do that.
Hang on. That's a concealed play. Apex, they're going into Team Brad. And Fate is going to pick up the kill. Let's go pathway in the backline though. He does get dive for ball. Zozan is getting kicked. And there's kill after kill. Carl is on the backline. Winnovation for Winnovation, and that is a shutdown. He gets the kill on towards Radium. Carl is shooting guns and blazing. Gets Tetsuya. It's only Jay. It's only one lone alpha, and he is going to be a beta as Carl pushes on forward for Divine Regime as he gets the trade.
Holy, Kyle and Raren getting maniacs this match. Do we have a chance of getting a Savage, maybe? Is there going to be a chance of getting a Savage this time around? There's two maniacs for the side of Divine Regime.
Hang on. Apex is being a little impatient right now. He wants Carl. He wants to shut him down for ABM. But is he being too hasty? As that is one little bit down off the ball. Lord's being started off, starting to be contested. Flickers on the back line. Apex gets the ejector out to Chris Carl. But Kerry gets the low. It's a monster kill. Backline fade. He is going to go down towards Jay as Radiant picks him off. And it is going to be a double. Triple! No! Carl's still there! Carl's still standing.
Tetsuya really did a good job while marking down that Fredrin, making sure he does not have the time to get the retribution in. However, Kieran got the kill on the Lord, a last hit. But the double kill for the side of Team ABM, Radium getting that was important. However, they did lose a lot of resources for that trade. They lost the Lord. They lost most of every fight that happened there.
And they is going to be pushing down the ball lane section here. They did get the early mid lane clear, and they will be answering in the ball lane section. The Divine Regime, they're all spawned there. What are they going to go for? Which turret are they going to go for? It's only the top lane as an option. But Kieran is just so far up. Fake though. Fake. Ejector onto the back line. Is down for the count. This Radium gets him. Lord still healthy, but he just doesn't take notice. He just gets slapped his teammate here amidst all of the chaos. Chico no, Tetsuya trying to look for a play. He wants to go in real bad, but he doesn't have the flicker ready. Instead, Zozen, oh no! This might be a misplay as two members of the Divine Regime falls. ABM answering back. They are not done, folks.
They are totally not done. They're trying to end the game. I think they have the end in mind right now. And I think Tetsuya is back to full HP. He's gone back to base. He's ready for the next engage. And he will have the flicker down too in a matter of few seconds though.
Yep. It's going to be right ready before the next Lord here. And this Lord is going to be the deciding factor for both teams. Unless we see a backdoor. Is it going to happen?
Maybe. I mean, attack speed Granger would work if he sells one item against the
You're
Windtalker.
kicking too much.
Windtalker, and then starts pushing. He will be able to push.
Get him off the desk. Get him off.
Okay,
No.
fine. Hey, I'm just saying the possibilities, man. I'm just saying the possibilities.
Fair enough. But yeah.
If you want a backdoor, you need attack speed, though.
Yes.
That's what I meant. And if we want attack speed, I think Ranger getting maybe a Windtalker could do that.
Yeah.
That's definitely not worth it.
Well, from the side of ABM with Radium on the Beatrix could be possible, but now the lanes are being very closely guarded by both teams here. They have to sync the waves, they have to clear it off before the next objective. The Lord spawning in a matter of 20 seconds or so. We've reached the 15.5-minute mark here, folks. Both teams have almost all of their items. It's 48k gold.
48k. Imagine this. They had a 6,000 gold lead. ABM had that, and they lost it all.
Yep.
Divine Regime is climbing up the ranks, and I think Radium getting that gold and rose gold meteor might actually keep him alive a little more.
Might happen.
Might happen.
It's going to be started off by ABM there. Jay starting us off, and Tetsuya and Apex just giving the vision, giving the zone here, preventing the massive member of the Divine Regime from coming closer. And Fate is not ready for this fight. Conceal play coming in. Tetsuya wants to go in so bad, but he needs to be disciplined. He can't go in. This next Lord is going to be the deciding factor. Who ends it all? Is this it for Divine Regime?
Or maybe it could be a sweep for the side of Team Divine Regime, getting every member from ABM, or maybe just leaving one alive and completely turning the tides around. Because, well, right now, the top tier 3 has been taken down. Lord is marching down on the top lane, and I think there's a good chance that the Lord will be the last Lord of the match.
Indeed. Coming down to the wire, both teams sacrificing everything, and Apex is going with an unstoppable fall onto his backline. Flickers out of safety though. He doesn't want to be going down so early on. It's all 5 members of the Divine Regime ready to defend this. Zoden hovering over, so down to half HP already. Lord being contested right now, and he's trying to defend, but that's the flicker play that might just come in from Tetsuya, watching closely, but no, he is just playing so patiently right now. Both teams, they don't want to give, but looks like the first one to fall just might be Kieran, as Radiant is unstoppable. B03 for the matchup against Divine Regime. They will be moving on to the next round.
Yup, and ABM secures the win easy with that Radiant gameplay. Like you said, backdoor, but without the backdoor, everyone's there, and they were able to take that the Nexus down pretty darn fast. Beatrix is a scary hero, you know.
Very scary, very scary.
Very scary.
They didn't answer it. I mean, they didn't have the space to answer it so far.
They totally
It was
didn't.
almost over. It's too over. But you know what did happen, folks? As sad as it might be for me here, because I was sporting Divine Regime here, the 2-1 sweep happened for ABM. This is, I might just say, a masterclass.
Absolute cinema, dude. It is revenge. It is vengeance served cold with a cherry on top. Guys, that what happened in round 8 Swiss bracket is now completely turned around, and I think both teams are shaking each other's hands. Look at that. That's what you call sportsmanship.
Indeed. And like we saw in the first game where they flipped the kills from 2-0 to 8-16, ABM did the same thing to Divine Regime and flipped the 2-1. I flipped the 1-2 to 2-1 in this time around for the first match of the land phase here. We will be going into a short break after a few moments though, but let's see the statistics from the previous match at least and how these players gave it their all. We saw the kills here from the side of ABM here. Radiant with the highest kills, possibly the highest damage for his team, 13-3 with all the core items.
Hey, MVP with 11.3. Both teams, both of the marksmen, the goal laners. I think it's a sign. I think both of them put their best in the game. However, there can only be one winner, and that's going to be ABM tonight. And, well, guys, I think Radiant deserves it. He locked in on the tower Nexus and took it down.
Yep, indeed. Highest damage here for his team here. Both marksmen, like you mentioned, highest damage, but Kyle doing a little bit more. Doesn't matter though.
I mean, that's definitely over, 6 times more damage to towers.
Yeah.
Damn, 6 times.
Indeed.
Holy.
So we saw it again in the second round again. It's in the third round too. But
Oh, by the way, Beatrix bought the malefic gun?
yeah, hey, yo, let him cook. Let him cook. It worked out.
Hey, it worked out, but that only works with Nibiru. Every other thing, every other gun,
it doesn't, but let him
machine
cook.
gun. Okay, fine. The machine gun did have the most advantage with
Yeah.
not machine gun. What am I calling it? The malefic roar. Sorry,
The
gun.
malefic gun. Yeah.
Gun. I
Ratatatata.
okay,
Well,
that
yeah.
sounded wrong,
Well,
but yes.
Where did it all go wrong though? Unfortunately, from the statistics, it does say there was Roran here. He didn't try his best though, but against Alpha, it's quite an even matchup. It depends on who gets the first early upper hand.
To be honest, Kyle did really put up his best. That triple kill and that maniac that led to that maniac. Oof. I saw that happen
Yeah.
in the first match. Raren got that maniac first, and then Kyle getting the
Wait.
second maniac.
Okay, actually, wait, hang on. Forget about the junglers. Kirin was the one who took those objectives 2 times in the midst of 2
Oh, yeah,
junglers with
true.
Retribution.
Hey, true. I mean,
What's up with the junglers from both teams here?
hey man. I mean,
I mean-
Valentina. Props to
Yeah.
you. You were able to secure the Lord and Turtle. That was
Yeah.
surprising. Damn. Hats off to you, man.
That's up to you. And that's all for you though in the first game here.
True.
Kirin, you tried your best here. I mean, the Warrior Regime, overall, you guys tried your best. But the crown goes to ABM for this current matchup. And for the next one though, they will be facing off against the next match to be decided. Right now, IGN versus MMG. Gonna be tuning in a matter of few moments. Teams are gonna get ready. Cast is gonna get ready, and it is gonna be quite the match, I'd say. And this is something which I'm really looking forward to.
True, and I'm looking forward. True, and I'm looking forward to something really exciting for the second round because, well, it's gonna be IGN versus
MMG.
Meow Gang, and Linwill is
Yeah.
definitely gonna be supporting Meow Gang, guys.
Let's go, Cats.
Let's go, Cats.
Let's go, Cats.
Oh,
Let's go.
We're really chanting this on live TV.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Probably going to go toss it back on
mean-
towards Skate and Mr. Jenny after a few moments now. We've had our fun. Now it's back to the players. We got to interview them.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Scared yet? Scared yet? Scared yet? Scared yet? Okay.
Congratulations, Apex, on the first day, first match victory. How does it feel?
It feels good, really good.
Well, I remember during the interview, Zozen said that ABM is absolutely no threat. Now that you won against them, what do you have to say?
We feel they are pretty weak.
Whoa, crowd! Just said that they are pretty weak, and we'll have to see.
But I'm still disappointed with our performance today. I guess it's fine because some of my teammates, it's the first day of first lane, so I think it's fine.
Yeah, well, we see that Jay is not here, and there was a plushie right here sitting in place of Jay. Do you think that makes you a little bit, do you feel handicapped or that makes you weak?
Of course, there were a few communication gap, but yeah, we were like struggling a bit in the communication, but it's fine, I think.
Well, that was a roller coaster of emotions, especially the third match, the deciding match, right? Were you guys scared a little bit?
No. We weren't scared. We knew that they'll throw, if we'll lose the early game, we knew they'll throw it.
Wow, we like that confidence. So crowd, ABM already knew that Divine was gonna throw the game. What say crowd? What do you think about it? Let's hear it from the crowd.
Okay, Apex, let me ask you something. Two maniacs, okay, one from Raden and one from Kyle. How did it affect you mentally?
Yeah, nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing, absolutely nothing.
Okay, and what do you think about their Lela pick? Was it because they saw it in MSIC or was it because the audience were hyping them? What do you think about that?
I don't know, but it was really bad.
Okay, Jen.
Maybe Divine Regime got a little bit overconfident.
Of course, in the Lela pick, I saw that.
Okay, so the Apex did sense the overconfidence in Divine Regime when they picked the Lela, but the audience were really happy with the Lela pick, and especially I was there as well, and we were shouting and we wanted them to pick Lela. So I can still hear them saying Lela Tank.
Lela tank.
Yeah. Once more. Okay, do you guys have any plans of picking Lela in the future?
We'll see.
Okay, that is it, guys. This was it. ABM versus Divine Regime. We'll be back very soon with another match, which is gonna be IGN versus, any idea? Meow Meow Gang. IGN versus Meow Meow Gang. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. Stay right here.
It's sunset on Friday, I'm stuck on the highway, it's been a while. I'm late to the party, you already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire start tonight to light me up all around. 'Cause you're the only one I'm thinking of. Don't let me burn to the ground. I wasted time, these city lights. Still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire start tonight. I'm looking for a I'm looking for a I'm down in the mirror with perfume and glitter. I'm on the way. Feels like I'm 16. Your blue eyes and ripped jeans. What can I say? As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark. Oh,
You've been there from the start, inside my corner, yeah. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, all of my days and every single night, There ain't no way to get you off my mind, Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away from me. On my mind, all of my days and every single night, There ain't no way to get you off my mind, Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away from me. 'Cause you are on my mind, 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 You've been there from the start, inside my corner. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, all of my days and every single night, There ain't no way to get you off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You'll never get away from me. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay? What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. from your mind and then read it from your right. You relate and make the time stand still. What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
My name is Jenny Borgohan. Tracking number, okay, hold on.
I'm late to the party, you already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire star.
Check, what do you think? Why is my audio live, bro?
You're the only one I'm thinking of. Don't let me burn to the ground. I wasted time. These city lights. Still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire star tonight. Oh, I'm looking for a I'm done in the mirror with perfume and glitter. I'm on the way. Feels like I'm 16. Your blue eyes and ripped jeans. What can I say? As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark. Oh,
my corner, yeah. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. Never get away from me. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. You've been there from the start, inside my corner. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. All of my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You'll never get away from me. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay? I want you to know I can never, never let you go. I want you. I want you. I want you to know I can never, never let you go. I want you. I want you. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. I want you to know I can never, never let you go. I want you. I want you. I want you to know I can never, never let you go. I want you. I want you.
It's sunset on Friday, I'm stuck on the highway. It's been a while. I'm late to the party, you already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire start tonight to light me up all around. 'Cause you're the only one I'm thinking of. Don't let me burn to the ground. I wasted time, these city lights. Still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire start tonight. I'm looking for a I'm done in the mirror with perfume and glitter. I'm on the way. Feels like I'm 60. Your blue eyes and ripped jeans. What can I say? As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark. Whoa, I'm looking for fire start tonight.
You've been there from the start, inside my corner, yeah. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, all of my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away 'cause you are on my
Check.
never get away
Hello, hello.
from
Check,
me.
check.
'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. You've been there from the start, inside my corner. When it gets cold and dark, you make it warmer. 'Cause you are on my mind, on my mind. All of my days and every single night, single night. There ain't no way to get you off my mind, off my mind. Without you, I just can't breathe. You never get away from me.
What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else. What if we stay? What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave? Make the time stand still. What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
First they represented India to the global level. Okay, ऐसा करके legend के थे वो म्याओ म्याओ गैंग तो पूरा मणिपुर का गाँव था, ठीक है। मणिपुर का जो सबसे ज़्यादा फैन फेवरेट नहीं, मणिपुर is the strongest team. This team defeated everyone like evil.
What's on your mind?
हमारा वो
Can I read it from your eyes? Can we leave and make the time stand still? What if we stay? Pretend there's nothing else.
Hello, hello. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Nordisk Cup powered by Battle Knights Esports and sponsored by our beverage partner Red Bull, media partner G Plus, gaming chairs, gamer stand, smartphone partner Vivo, and catering partner Lush.
Last match was a roller coaster of emotions. Like,
So many maniacs, two
That's
maniacs,
what-
one from Kyle and one from...
one.
They don't
from-
remember. The crowd don't remember. It was Raren, guys. It was
Yeah.
Raren from Divine Regime. Yes, the
And
first
then
match.
again, ABM making their epic comeback as always.
Definitely. That was definitely a roller coaster of emotions. But guys, let's make some noise for the upcoming match, which is gonna be between IGN and...
Meow Meow Gang!
All right, guys, make some noise. Come on. How many of you are going for IGN? Okay, hold on, guys. Let's see who's got the most amount of support from the crowd. IGN!
And what about Meow Meow Gang?
Wow. I see a lot of fans for Meow Meow Gang. Manipur, right? This gang. This squad from Manipur defeated almost everyone in the Nordisk Cup, and they were on the top of the leaderboards in the Swiss bracket as well. So let's give it up for and let's welcome Team Meow Meow.
I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark.
Welcome and all the best. Which one is Joseph? Okay. I can hear the crowd saying meow, meow all the way. Go on. Okay. That was Meow Meow Gang. Now, guys, another one. The challenger. The team that the entire country, India, has known for so long. The team, it's a legacy that has been created by I7, but continued by our international guy, Wish. Let's make some noise for Team IG. Okay, Rumi. Quick question, all right?
Yes.
Who do you think is gonna do better, IGN or MMG?
Well, that is very tough. But if you ask me, I think I am gonna go with IGN.
Is that because IGN has more handsome guys?
No, it's not, of course. Come on, guys. No. I did not even look at them properly, okay? So don't judge me on the basis of that. But,
Okay,
yeah.
I see. All right, guys, let's do some handshake. Both the teams, IGN and MMG, please come forward and shake your hands. Okay, now we have both the teams on the desk, but we are not gonna leave it up here. We need to spice it up a little bit. And for that, guys, let's make some noise for our international boy, Witch! Guy Witch, where is it? Oh, he's here!
International boy.
And from MMG, I remember when the online phase was going on, there is this guy, the girls were going crazy for him. Everywhere I go, the chat is like taking this name. Who do you think it is? Let's have Joseph.
Come on, Joseph. The girls are waiting for you.
Where is Joseph?
Joseph.
Okay. Since Joseph is a little bit shy, minus 1,000 aura, let's get Miriam.
Hi, Mirio.
Okay. Well, Nungshi, I don't think it's your first time here in Guwahati, right? Yeah. It's not your first time here in Guwahati. You got a lot of experience off land as well. I mean, this guy went international. Who am I talking to? What's your expectation like in this match? Is it going to be easy for you, or you're like, no, you don't want to underestimate your team?
Of course, I don't want to underestimate. Of course, they're strong. So like, I want to make this like match like balanced. It'll be fun.
Well, MMG, they have been in the top in the Swiss bracket, right? Do you consider them a threat?
Of course, they're a threat. Like they were top one for a reason. So yeah, we want to take our revenge match as well. So yeah, we're ready.
Okay, IGN is definitely looking for revenge.
Okay. Hello, Mirio. Okay, first let me ask you a personal question, okay? So, okay. Okay, it's a personal question, guys. How does it feel to be the second handsome member of your team?
Feels great.
So what do you think? Will you be able to defeat ABM? Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. IGN?
I'm confident that we'll win, but we'll see in the game.
Okay, we'll see the game. You guys are confident enough.
Looks like both the team are high on spirits. They're ready to slaughter each other in the land of Dawn. So we'll get started real soon, guys. Shake your hands and go back to your seat. And with that, let's make some noise once again for IGN. Now, our casters as well are really ready and excited for the match, and we're gonna throw it up to the casters.
Good things take time, but eventually the best things come at the perfect one, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Meow Meow Gang!
Woo!
And then you've got their opponent. The man in action is going to be which we'll have to watch out for, as he's got the international experience. But guess what? We've got a couple of experienced people out here as well. I'm scared yet. Alongside me, we're going to have none other than Yumina. And we'll be continuing the storyline for this game, Yumina. I'm super excited for this one, just because of the fact how now the friends have kind of become the foes.
Well, the friends are now looking at each other at a crossroads, scared yet. I mean, they were quite close, but I think that can be quite an important factor for this match because, you know, friends, they kind of start to get to know each other, and when you are able to read the mind of your friends, you kind of would want to, you know, use that against them. But we cannot look over the fact that Meow Meow Gang has been so consistent with their wins coming in.
That's one thing. That's really, really true. They have been one of the most consistent teams out there, Meow Meow Gang. And if I'm not wrong, they are the only other team to have actually taken away the throne against ABM in one of the grand finals. So, yes, I 100% agree. One of the strongest opponents, but IGN is also another team that we can't really put out of the window. This team has clearly showcased the strength and the resilience they always bring on the table. Even in the Swiss stage itself, ending up in the top 2, also over the sides of ABM and Divine Regime, who really outperformed themselves in the previous series, showcases how solid they are. So I'm really excited how the draft is going to look like eventually, because in this case, if you normally look at it, both the teams, they've kind of got their own pocket picks as well, but the priority on the Mathilda and the Suyu from both of them, it kind of remains on.
I do quite agree with you, but I would also like to mention a fact that scared yet, if Meow Meow Gang has been quite consistent with their wins, we cannot forget about the advantage that Team IGN holds. I mean, we have Witch. He has that LAN experience. I mean, playing behind the comfort of your homes, on your pillow, on your bed, it's quite different. Playing in front of a huge audience. I mean, all eyes on Meow Meow Gang right now. So how do you think, are they going to crumble under that pressure right now?
I mean, that's the big thing, right? The pressure is absolutely going to be there. And everyone who are watching out there and who are also in the stadium, they know the exact same thing. that you have to manage that pressure. We could clearly see even in the previous game, Divine Regime had the support of the audience. They had that sixth man. But in this situation, it's the Meow Meow Gang who would eventually have that. So yeah, the pressure is there, but at the same time, the experience that Witch brings on the table, it clearly showcases in their drafts itself. We have seen so many times that even though there have been some certain clashes of them with some of the other teams, they always come out on the top in the draft, and it kind of builds around the fact how they really want to play with respect as their own jungler. So I think so it's going to be crucial, because at the same time, Joseph on the other side in Meow Meow Gang, he's got a reputation out there. The man is famous, yes, that is true, but at the same time, he's also famous for some wrong things, and that is throwing away the game lately.
I mean, if you're talking about Respect and Joseph, I think everyone is quite aware about all the assassin picks coming in from Respect, and I think that could be quite a choke for him if they manage to ban out his assassin picks. He can look in a difficult position. That could give an upper hand to Joseph right there.
I kind of agree, because in few of the previous games, we've kind of seen the same thing. But for now, we're going to have a look at the schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. We're only going to have 2 games today on both the upper bracket ones, ABM. Firstly, they won in a 2-1 fashion. And it was Divine Regime who've now moved down to the lower bracket. But here's the fun thing. They still have a chance of making a comeback. And we clearly know that these dark horses can definitely make that happen from the lower bracket. But right now, we're going to have a look at Meow Meow Gang up against the sides of IGN. Again, they kind of went out against each other in the Swiss bracket itself, Yumina, right? And if I'm not wrong, you were also there. You were witnessing the exact same thing. So talk me through it. Tell me what really happened in that situation.
I mean, IGN was looking in a quiet, good place, but MMG right there, I mean, taking 2 wins for themselves. That was quite shocking coming in, since it was quite shocking to see actually the Fanny pick causing them a loss. I mean, there was kind of a fumble coming in from their side. I mean, MMG, they did pull up onto the game 3. And that kind of gave them an opening, and they ended up being top 2.
Yeah, I agree, because you've been telling me about that story as well, where MMG, they lost that game number 2, something that we did not really expect. But to be very honest, if there's IGN on the other side, it comes into the play. They know how to counter that. I kind of love the fact as well that you mentioned about the Joseph on that Fanny. That was the game where they first lost, but they still picked it up. So it clearly showcases...
There's a catch. You gave the Hayabusa to Respect right there. I mean, you cannot underestimate that man on a Hayabusa pick.
I agree that Hayabusa is eventually a really good pocket pick as well. But we've been seeing him in the jungle, right? He's kind of getting off of that middle list lately. Now you try to prioritize a bit more onto that Suyu, a bit more onto that Joy to try and bring in that early game advantage. While in towards the goal lane, you pick something up for that mid to late game, something that can really snowball, like the Bruno. And I personally feel Mirio, with the way how he's been showcasing the goal lane, I'm going to give the advantage to Aaron a little bit in that for IGN.
I mean, Aaron the creator has been popping off ever since Meow Meow Gang has stepped up onto the table, but it's going to be quite difficult if you're going to ban out the Bruno, because I think Bruno has been quite high up on the table. I mean, 90% ban rate coming in for him, and if you are going to leave him open, I mean, we did see what happened into the match. ABM, they had that Bruno onto their side, and that could actually reflect if it repeats itself yet again.
I agree with you, because I was having a word with Apex as well, right? We were talking about it, and he clearly showcased that Radium on the Bruno was absolutely beast. And the priority comes down to the fact in that goal lane itself, when if you've got something like the Bruno, you know that it is the win condition for you. And the rest of the thing now depends on how you're going to make your moves around the map in terms of the macro, because all you need is just that Bruno to survive. And that's about it, right? You're going to have a good advantage in that mid to late game snowball with the Malefic gun. Right now, there's no nerves on it. So, Bruno's going to still be there in that priority. But once those nerves hit, that's when we'll probably see him fall off a little bit off the list. But I think so there are still a few other marksmen that we are seeing rise a lot lately, specifically Granger.
I am quite shocked about the Layla rising up ever since Bruno has come onto the tables, Cadet. I mean, come on, Layla. She used to get trashed a lot, and right now, top teams prioritizing her just because of that Malefic gun coming in. Scared, what do you have to say about that? Not even your Hanabi.
Here's the thing. Oh my God. You don't talk to me about Hanabi like that. All right. You don't talk to me. All right. I understand. Leila, here's the thing, right? In M6, it was definitely picked up, but no one would have really expected that. Or I would really have to say no one apart from the M series teams and the top MPL teams would have expected that because of, again, that Malefic gun gives you such a humongous range. But there are a big problems whenever it comes down to Leila. And that is, you can't really abuse the early game whatsoever. You don't really have a lot of damage, and it takes you that level 12 to get the maximum range, and so on. There's so many things about that. So I really feel that it was one of the picks where Divine Regime, they literally just got hyped up by the audience, right? We're talking about the 6-man here, we're talking about the audience, and they can literally prove their own presence in the draft, and everyone was shouting Leila. We actually saw Divine Regime picked up a Leila. Maybe you guys can shout out your favorite heroes, and if everyone agrees, we might possibly see something similar on the stage itself being picked up by these two teams. But talking about the picks itself, right? We've been talking so much about that gold, and I kind of want to bring the attention back towards the EXP. We've seen some Ghatot picks, we have seen some Hylos picks, but I kind of want to see a view of those glue picks too, which are now rising in.
I mean, we're forgetting the Hilda coming in onto the
my
EXP lane as
True.
well. With the Revitalize, she has been quite a menace. You can flex her onto the roam position as well.
True.
I mean, she is quite disturbing if you see her in a roam position. I mean, she just charges in onto your buffs, and that can give you quite an advantage onto the early game, which
True.
you really need, because you need that mid control so that your gold laner can farm up. And we are kind of seeing a shift from the EXP being prioritized to the Bruno rising, the Beatrix rising, the Granger rising. It's kind of shifted yet again onto that gold lane prioritized.
Yeah, they've kind of shifted a bit more back as well, but at the same time, you know, I think so the draft, now it normally goes around as the first pick. If you're on the blue side, you will really just prioritize the broken heroes that you always see, right? You're gonna be fixated onto those Mathildas or maybe onto those Suyus. Maybe, again, Suyu is more of a comfort now. You also have the Joy, so maybe you're coming around the Joys with the Brunos. But for the red side, that's where the main question comes. If you really want to fix out your main picks and reveal out your draft, or rather you just want to fix on one pick and the second one always is the flex. And that's what we normally see, the storyline, where it's either a Hylos pick, maybe a Hilda pick, both of them really flexible, sometimes maybe even an Edith, not so much though. But here's the thing, we haven't really seen a lot of Khalid now. We used to see it all the way back into those state versus state matchups as well, when we saw all those state finalists rise up, even in the Swiss bracket too. We used to see a bit of Khalid, but it has also went down lower in that priority, while Fovi is still being there.
I mean, Khalid did receive quite the nerf, even with the time key items. I mean,
True.
I really never felt that he was quite viable into the roam position, because you just have your raging sandstorms, and after that you kind of become useless if you do not land them on time.
True.
Plus, if the enemy has a burst hero, even with your quicksand, you're not able to reach and you'll just die off in a second. And if your frontliner dies out, I mean, what are you going to do? Your mid laner is just an open target for the enemy jungler coming in. So I think that is the reason Khalid is being put on the back foot. But the 4vs is still onto the meta, because how are you going to deal with a jumping man on your face?
Yeah, that's the main thing, right? But are you actually going to see 27 pick that Fovius and prioritize that up? Or are we going to see him leaning it a bit more towards some that who can make those plays for you in a bit more different way, something like the Karot Kacha?
Right.
Did I say something in a different way? I don't really feel that's the case. He also jumps on you, probably in that AoE hero. But you also got the Hylos too, which again, whenever we talk about 27, I kind of see him more into that super far advanced forward position rather than the one who cuts off the rotations. However, we've been forgetting about that one man, right? That one man who was brought up for the interview as well, who we were listening to, who we've been seeing for such a long time, which he's playing in the mid.
Right.
Back during the MSC wildcard, this man was playing in the goal position. So you can clearly see how much of that flexibility this one man has. And him on that mid, specifically on the Zushin, he's always been a game changer for his team.
I mean, if you see the drafts coming in from IGN, they're always letting which go with the meta mages coming in. But I think the teams are kind of noticing that, because he's always playing around that Eve. He's always playing around that Vixana. He's playing around that Aurora, the Zushing. So they kind of try to choke him out. And if they try to do that, they try to go in for a setter EXP coming in for their side. And I think that's quite smart coming in from IGN, because if you're going to choke down Witch, you have two others to deal with.
That is true. If you can try and choke one person down, but there's still a lot of other people out there. But here's the thing, we've been talking about which in just the terms of Zushin, he also likes to play onto those setters which you mentioned, like the Vexana, maybe something around the Aurora. But then I kind of want to see him lean on a bit more towards those skill box compositions.
Right.
Specifically, yes, those Eves. We were discussing about that as well. They play Harith for Aaron too, so I think so that would add in a just bit more pressure and a bit more depth just for them to have a bit more advantage, specifically in not just those lanings, but rather in the entire macro. And which we're talking about entire macro, I think so Meow Meow Gang, they're a little bit ahead.
I mean, they have been ahead. We are talking about Meow Meow Gang, who has consistently defeated ABM
Yep.
match after match.
Not
That's-
just one or two times, right? They've constantly showcased their own potential in so many other tournaments itself. We've been seeing them many times go, if not win the series, at least go 4-3, maybe sometimes 4-2s in those best of 7s. So I can clearly see where Meow Meow Gang are coming from. One of the top favorites out there, if not the top favorites. We've been seeing those interviews. We were the ones who were conducting it as well. So Meow Meow Gang has been on that top. But IGN is not that far behind. Personally, I did pick IGN to win in the series. Who do you think is winning this one?
I think I'm going to go with Meow Meow Gang first of all, because I mean, I'm a cat lover and a Meow
Hey,
Meow
yo.
Gang sounds quite good to me. They're scared yet, but I think they've kind of proved themselves to be. They defeated the mainland champions coming in, you
True.
know, and I think they do have the potential to do that quiet yet again when it comes to IGN, because we do see a little bit of fumble coming in if we are talking about which. I
True.
mean, I don't want to trash talk that man, but his Eve hasn't been looking good quite lately, scared yet.
Yeah, that is true. But you know who others are looking good? It's all the people out there, right? In the audience, who are looking amazing and absolutely exciting too, because this type of energy is normally not shown in a lot of areas. So I'm really giving you a big heads up for that, ladies and gentlemen, because you have been an amazing audience. But guess what? Meow Meow Gang, they also have been an amazing team alongside with IGN, who I still feel should eventually have the advantage. I feel that they might have kept a few things up in their pocket. And since we're talking about those pockets, we know some things like the Barats have also been showed by either of these two teams, right?
If you're talking about pocket picks, we can't forget the Alice coming in for both Aaron, the creator, and Respect. I mean, we are forgetting the match where they actually took a clean sweep against LCF with the Alice on the jungle position coming
True.
in. I mean, that could be quite a great sight to see, especially on the land even right now, Skyler.
Yeah, that is true. But here's the thing. I don't really feel that Alice is literally going to be the first few picks, right? Because in terms of the banning phase, if you're on the blue side, if you're starting it there, well, you eventually want some things like Zushin open. So if it's IGN who will be on the blue, that clearly means that the first foremost priority ban for the side of Meow Meow Gang, it's actually going to be that Zushin. You don't want Witch to be on a hero that can actually make some early game plays and be comfortable. But at the same time, I think so they can try and bait him on picking Zushin while prioritizing something like maybe a Joy. And if they're going in that direction, maybe they can ban up with a Suyu, so that you don't really have someone who clears as fast and beats around those bushes as well as around the entire map like a Joy.
I mean, Suyu is kind of easy to deal with right now, especially since the recent nerf that he has received. I mean, he is still viable onto the jungle position if you get him quite farmed up. But I think picking up the Joy would be quite a priority pick coming in for either side. But if they manage to pick a high loss onto the enemy side,
That's the main thing, right? That's the main thing. If you've got a Joy, the early counter comes down to be a high loss. But it's not just the high loss, true. We've also seen the Fredrins now making their way into that jungle position just because of the way how the meta has developed. So I'm kind of interested to see if either of these teams are actually going to adjust onto that. Yes, we've known Joseph to make those flashy plays on those assassins. We have known Respect as well making those kinds of flashy plays. But if you bring in a Fredrin, it kind of comes down into the situation where Fredrin needs to be that front line. You can't really jump in and make those plays. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be heading into the draft finally, as it's going to be none other than Meow Meow Gang on the blue side, taking on IGN, who are going to be on that second pick. And the first few bans, Phobius, Fredrin, Suyu, this is something that we've talked about, right? The Zushin is still open. And I think so that this could be a situation where Meow Meow might prioritize that.
I mean, you do not want to give away the Zushing to which coming in right here. You can go in for the Zushing onto your side, but they are still leaving out the Joy open yet again, scared yet. And with the Fredrin ban coming in, oh, we quite forgot about the Fanny.
Yeah, we did forget about the Fanny though, but Joseph is not going to get his hands onto this flying Mikasa this time. So it's going to be banned out, taken away. What could now the story revolve around? It's not revealing a lot as to what they want to do, apart from the fact that since the Fredrin is banned, it could either be the priority or maybe they just want to pick the Joy up for themselves. But I think so now since the Suyu is banned and the Frid is banned, Joy becomes one of the prior picks.
I think they are trying to give away the Joy and pick up the high loss as a flex coming in for their side. And then they can go in for a Granger or maybe even a Bruno. They have still not banned the Bruno.
Yeah, I mean, I could see people out there in the audience imitating a cat, but some of them are just, you know, sounding like crows and the peacocks. But I kind of... I kind of do understand where they're coming from. I have the same feeling, guys, but trust me, I can't really imitate a cat that well, so I'm not going to even try out here on the desk. Not going to give you guys an opportunity to...
I mean, we have a cat hater on your side. We can't do
Hey,
anything
yo.
about that. But
Cats are mean. Cats are mean.
like you, so
Wow.
moving on.
Wow.
We are going to see a third one coming in from the side of, I think that's going to be a flat Bruno or a Joy coming.
But one thing that I really like is the adjustment for Meow Meow Gang banning out that glue. So that kind of gives it away over towards the EXP itself as well. We're now trying to just choke it down a bit and not give a couple of picks on the other side. Zushin, Mathilda. Mathilda has been banned out. Zushin is left open, but so is the Joy. I think so Joy could be the priority.
I would rather have the Bruno come in as a priority.
Right.
Because Bruno, 90% win rate, you're forgetting the malefic gun, the burst potential that he has. He also has the advantage coming in when it comes to the tower pushing.
True.
And if you kind of get him to snowball early on from the game, it can be very, very difficult to deal with that man.
Yeah, but here's the thing, right? If you pick up the Bruno, that means you're giving away the Joy as well as the high loss. But so that kind of brings in the situation to a pretty tough spot. So guess what? What's next pick into that EXP lane? You ban out the glue, you lock in the high loss to make sure that you are prioritizing and getting more faster clearance. So now the other side can eventually pick either a Hilda or maybe a Gadot Kacha to try and counter that for their next pick. But I think so they would eventually go for a Joy and a Bruno. They can try and lock in those early few picks to maybe get that early advantage. Zushin should be the pick right now, and that's what we talk about, right? Which picking up the Zushin. Now, is it going to be a Joy or is it going to be Hilda? That's a Hilda.
I think they quite gambled around because they thought that which is going to go ahead with the Zushing right there.
Yeah.
It gives them the window because you leave so many options open on the table. It quite confuses you what you want to go ahead with.
Yeah.
And we see a comfort pit coming in for which right here. I mean Zushing, on which that looks like a difficult thing to deal with. I mean, I
It is
have
trouble.
to see what Meow Meow Gang could have an answer, and we have a Joy along with the high loss coming in on the same team. Scared yet?
Yeah, Joy and a high loss in the same team. Now, it could very well be a Bruno pick to lock it down. Or maybe, just maybe, hear me out. Maybe they could pick up a mage. Yes, even though there's a Zushin on the other side, maybe you would want to prioritize something like either the... all right, I was just mentioning that. I was thinking maybe something along the lines of a Vexana or maybe an Aurora to clear the mid, but they've got the Sicilian, does the similar thing though, but Respect locks in his Hayabusa, so the jungle comes in. Now, what are you going to ban? Because this is the exact same 3 picks, so if you ban a gold lane, that means you're reducing the hero pool of your own gold laner too.
I mean, do you have an option? Either you can leave the Granger, Bruno, Beatrix, everything open on the table and just go ahead and ban out the EXP lanes coming in. But we do have the high loss, we do have the Hilda. They both can be flexed on the
Yes.
EXP as well. So they can go ahead and start choking out the room positions coming in for both the sides. Because as much as the mage is important, you quite need a setter onto your side to kind of set up those team fights, to initiate those engages, you know,
Yeah.
so that you can have an upper hand and get the river control early on.
Now here's the thing, you mentioned about those roam possibly being banned out. Chow, the first one to be taken away, because guess what you need with the Sicilian and a Joy? You need an initiator. Chow is the best initiator for now. You just jump in, pop in the way of the dragon, and then you have your fun. So Chip on the other side, All right, understandable as well. You don't really want that Hilda jumping right out of a portal onto your faces. It's a pretty decent ban, but here's the thing. Kimmy likes to play on a Grok as well, so he can give a few setups. But the question is, how are you going to lock down this joy? Either you can try and take a path where you force high loss in the room, or you could eventually pick something along the lines of Kaja, and I know you're smiling about that because we could possibly see that happen.
You know what I was thinking about with the Kaja?
What?
I mean, we have seen quite a Frank Cross coming in.
Hey,
I mean,
yo.
You do have the suppression. You do have the suppression. I mean, but that would kind of then reduce your CC potential coming in from the side of team IGN right here. And the Chow ban, I think that is coming in because you do not want the Chow to quite mark the Hayabusa right there, because we have seen Respect struggling quite a bit.
Wait a second. It is IGN that actually banned out the Grog.
They did.
Alright, understandable, right? Initiator, really good. We can yada 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 about that constantly. So, I think I'm still thinking, man. Like, if you think about it, maybe since you've got a higher Hayabusa, you can pick up a Grog for your side and as well force it down. But here's the thing. You pick up a roam right now, try and force the high loss in that roam. That is exactly what IGN are trying to do. If, again, in case this is a roam pick. Now, what options do you really have? You mentioned about the Franco. We can possibly see maybe a Kaja that I've kind of made a guess on. I think so. I'm still forgetting a few. Cut out Kacha. Wow, that's the main one that I was missing. But has Kimmy really played it so much?
I wanted to see Kimi go ahead with the Camilla coming in. I mean, look at the team composition coming in from the side of team IGN. You have the Witch. On Zushin, you have Respect. On Hayabusa, the Curse of Blood could be really great in this team composition coming in.
Yeah, but here's the thing. It could be really good for Meow Meow Gang as well. Guess what? You've already got the Sicilian. So you've got an clear-cut escape tool. You've got the engage tool as well. So you can try and overextend a bit in those situations too, because you know you've got that escape card. And at the same time, you've got the Joy. So if a couple of people are connected, those electrifying beats are just going to do that increased damage. But guess what? It's going to be a high loss forced in the room and a Martyrs pick coming in. It's in the hands of Joseph. That means it could very well be a Joy in the EX. Hold on a second. What? Bruno is understandable. Now the answer should be a Beatrix. There's no other thing I could see coming in for Aaron. Until and unless he wants to go in for a bit more comfort on something like the Nathan, but I don't really see it being a very good pick right now.
I mean, I would still go ahead with the Granger or the Beatrix, because you kind of do need that damage coming in, because let's be honest, let's talk about Zushing right here. She kind of starts coming on to the table mid to late game, and you do need someone to dish out the damage. I mean, Hayabusa starts falling off after 12-minute mark.
I mean, here's the thing, you know, Haya, one of the most important parts about him is the fact that, yes, even though after the 12-minute mark, he deals a lot of damage individually and kind of gets the priority, but at the same time, you have the other side making those early wins of nature, and then eventually most of the people are just staying together. So it kind of becomes a bit more difficult, but in terms of scaling, I still feel Hayabusa is very good option for that late game. But you mentioned about the Granger, we've got that Granger. It's a Granger-Bruno matchup in the goal, but I don't really see a lot of Rhapsodies landing on either 27 or Joseph. Even Mirio has an opportunity to dodge it with a sliding tackle. So Aaron is actually going to struggle in that impact that we always talk about in game. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the first game of the second matchup. IGN up against Meow Meow Gang. Make some noise!
Quiet, the background sound coming in scary. But let's just talk about Joseph right here. I mean, he's going to be playing the Martyrs coming in the jungle position, which means they are heavily going to rely on Eden on the late game to dish out that damage. But if you manage to mark out Eden out of the map, it can look quite difficult
Auntie is going to be struggling there a bit though. 27 constantly going in for those pokes yet again with the rhythms. And he's kind of timing it perfectly as well. But here's the fun thing about Anti. He's on a Hilda, so he can definitely take a few of those blows while returning a few of them as well, right, with that skull in his own hand. But on the other side, over towards the goal, Bruno scaling up towards the mid, needs the Malefic gun as the first item. You've also got the Sicilian, who kind of hits pretty hard in the mid game itself. We've been seeing so many people just prioritizing that glowing wand as well on him. So it kind of is understandable that Meow Meow Gang would want to play it a bit more slow. But at the same time, IGN, they need to push out their advantages. They need to be the aggressors. You've got the Zushan. Hold on a second. Here we go. Respect. For now, it's just going to go Oogie Shadow Kill out of that place. Just staying it a bit longer though. But who got the EXP crab is my question. I think so it was Joseph.
It was Joseph right there. And I really would want to also mention a point coming in, like, look at that. The goal priority coming in from the side of IGN right here is quite smart, because you do not want that Bruno to farm. I mean, Mirio, come on, we're talking about Mirio right here onto the goal lane. We do know he is quite the monster, and the turtle has spawned yet,
Yeah, in the first time. It's not the first time. Happens. Yeah. But fun fact is, there we go. Karma now trying to get isolated a bit on the other side though, but nothing as such yet. There's just a constant damage with the lantern flare, nothing major. Anti can eventually find an angle from the backside though. That's going to be some opening. There we go. Respect jumps in way too fast. Oogie shadow kill. Now that's not something I think would have been good, but that's the first blood. Joseph being taken down. The red tree comes in for Respect, steals it all away. They're trying to find something more as Karma hits will be taken down. AOG in the extremely wrong position finds the purple buff. But that's going to be it as the purple now gets stolen. IGN with an early priority.
I mean, that was quite a little bit of fumble coming in from Respect, because that was quite an early shadow kill coming in. But I think Anti saved the day with the Hilda right on time. And this is what I was talking about. If you're talking about the draft coming in from Meow Meow Gang, you do lack that CC potential, because you do have 3 divers coming in.
True.
Gives Kimmy free space for him to just go ahead onto the backline with his AOG.
That's the main thing, right? Kimmy with the AOG. That's the main idea, though. Kimmy was just standing in that bush. Gets choked down a bit by the mortal coils out there. But Joseph, the Martyrs in the jungle, I'm still, thinking maybe we could have seen some different route coming in for Meow Meow Gang at the draft. It just feels that they were kind of choked down, and that too a bit too early. But here's the thing. You need Aaron right now to scale up pretty fast, and with those early Hunter Strike, now we can probably see that happen. The Revitalize comes into the play. Hold on a second. That's going to be the Rhapsody. Right now you've got the energy for it. Karma hits, taking a few blows. But had Aaron been a bit more ahead, that could have been a, kind of difficult though. AOG landing in yet again. The Crimson Beacon. Karma hits pretty low in the HP as now. Wilson Respect joining into the fight as Aaron gets the pick. Karma getting blown to smithereens. This time, that high loss is not going to run away, but Mirio will, with a sliding tackle, has got his flicker saved up. The tier 1 on the bottom will fall.
Really have to give it out to Kimmy right here. I mean, he is doing amazing with that Gato coming in from his side. The EOGs have been quite good to see as far as scared yet. And we are, I'm not going to stop talking about the witch. I mean, you gave him the Zushin, his priority pick, and you picked 3 frontliners coming in. That I think was not the right decision for Meow Meow Gang right there.
Yeah, I mean, it does come down to that draw, but now what are your win conditions becomes the main question. Because yes, it is Mirio on the bottom right now, 27. That's not really the place where you've got your base, but now you've got the Respect with the Vengeance comes in. He did survive for a while, but not enough. However, I like the priority that Meow Meow Gang is now having, moving over towards the top itself. They are trying to force down Mirio to get that early bit of gold too. We're able to take that energy shield down. Hold on a second. The man is a bit too far ahead though. Has got the flicker to run away, but Anti now jumps in. Sanguine Claws coming in, taking down Anti to a bit low. Karma hits the man. Finally pops in the Glorious Pathway. We've got Bat's impact too, but not having any major impact though, apart from baiting out the Revitalize on Anti.
I mean, look at the sustain coming in from Anti right there. The Hilda with the Revitalize looking quite strong in the EXP lane. I mean, the goal difference is also kind of increasing.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's 3,700 in favor of IGN, and mind it, they do have Respect on the Hayabusa, and they've got Aaron as well now. Tier 1 being taken down over towards the other side, and I like this priority. IGN constantly forcing Respect onto those other lanes. It should be one more pick as well. Maybe Respect. Now, wait a second! Joseph just decimates Respect. And that's going to be the AOG now finally being connected onto the other side. But hold on. Rosev needs to run away. Will be able to land play out in the mix along with the Crimson Butterflies as High Loss will be yet again forced back to his own base. Wait, 27, 27. That's kind of a bit more messy though with the vengeance now being picked up by the lantern flare, but which cannot really face tank all of it as Kimmy on that cutout will take the final few blows. Back and forth, but I still feel Meow Meow Gang, they kind of came out on top in that trade.
They did come out on top, but they still did not get the upper hand because sure, Respect kind of fumbled right there, but the team, the follow-up coming in from that side of Team IGN is quite amazing to see. I mean, did you notice how they are, you know, roaming around with Aaron, the creator? They are giving him the support that he needs because you do want to prioritize that goal lane. Meanwhile, if you're talking about Meow Meow Gang, but wait a second,
Yeah, it could be another turtle fight now with the glorious pass. We're trying to cut off the angle. Respect steals it away though, but the first blood comes in. Joseph is the one who gets taken down. As Karma hits on the line. They're both just being picked apart one after the other. Meow Meow Gang are now forcing the engages that they really should avoid.
You do need Joseph to get farmed up. We are talking about a Martis. The whole point of a Martis jungle is that you get the early game snowball so that you can kind of 27. I mean, you do want that early game snowball coming on Martis because then that quiet becomes a useless pick on the jungle position.
27. Vengeance comes in along with the electrifying beast. Wants to catch one more, but will bite a bit more than he could chew. As 4 people come in to support Aaron. I do understand the hero plays out there, but that's just being a bit too greedy.
That was a bit too greedy. I mean, I was not really sure about the position coming in from 27, but look at IGN. They do not want to let Meow Meow Gang breathe scared yet. I mean, they are taking pickoffs one after the other. Anti looking quite confident against Miro right there. I mean, this is the first time I'm seeing someone be so confident in front of a Bruno.
Apex out there, just being happy with a couple of people out there saying hi, hello. Karma hits now, being taken down to a bit low HP. We've always been talking about the level. Look at the back line. That's going to be a shutdown coming in. 27 takes one. Will be taken down, but that's Kimmy. Finally, we're going to see Respect with a Hoogie shadow kill. Back line. Joseph gets one. Respect still taking down Eden. That's the Sicilian. No Carmelo to save you. How is it? And I agree with all the audience out there. How is Miro still surviving?
I was expecting Kimmy to give a taunt onto Miro right there, but wait a minute. I still cannot get over the Sicilian and the Hayabusa chase going on onto the bottom lane, scared yet.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty fun one to watch out for. You know that Eden, he is scaling pretty hard and pretty well. Even though there is a 4,000 goal lead for IGN, I still think Meow Meow Gang can make a comeback. Only because they've got 2 amazing wave clearers, Sicilian with a Bats Impact Sanguine Claws, and they've got a Bruno as well.
I do agree with you. I mean, if you kind of stretch this on ahead more than it already has been, it can look quite difficult for IGN to deal with Meow Meow Gang coming in. We're talking about Eden on the Sicilian, we're talking about Mirio on that Bruno. The burst coming in from both of them can be quite difficult for even Anti and Kimmy to deal with at that point. I mean, and if you go ahead and build a Winter's Crown on Eden, he can just easily escape Respect with his shadow kills coming in.
Yeah, I mean, his Zoogie shadow kills have been on point till now, and that's just because of the initiations that Anti is providing. I'll have to say this, Anti and 27 are the 2 main playmakers for their team. As now the Lord is going to be marching down over towards the bot. Waves need to be prioritized, frozen perfectly. Sanguine Claws catching Witch though. Low in that HP. Okay, Respect comes in. That's going to be the AOG into the backline. 3 more people, the glorious pathway. And that's going to be jumping in over towards the back. Anti trying to face tank everything. As the damage from 27 is there. He takes one. Aaron low in the back. Needs to run away, but the shadow. But not before 3 of their own gets bite the dust. That's Witch, Anti, both of them out of the mixture.
Man, right after we see Meow Meow somewhat getting the upper hand, I mean, Aaron the creator and Respect coming in and clutch.
Yeah, could he take Joseph down? No more shadow kill. He's got to be wary of this possibility though, but the retreat. Alright, you're not allowed to steal away that gargoyle, even though it's of Joseph's. Respect, I mean, just, you know, getting that.
Did you see the eagerness coming in from Eden right there? I think they were talking to each other. I mean, let's just go get this Respect because he doesn't have a shadow kills. It's just free farm for them.
True. He's just having fun. He's constantly now going in with those rotations, with those side lanes. But here's the thing. Even after that Lord, you still have a TO2 in the mid standing. You've got all of your inhibitors. That took quite healthy. I think it was very solid defense from Meow Meow Gang. But at the same time, IGN have been facing this problem from a long time. They find it difficult to close out the game. And we are seeing the exact same thing happen right now too.
I think I've kind of noticed that they kind of fall under the pressure once, you know, the enemy team starts getting the upper hand, which in this case, I think Eden and 27 is doing an amazing job kind of getting those initiations, because let's be honest, if you have karma hits go initiate against a team composition coming in like IGN, he's going to get bursted down. You do need someone to be the scapegoat, and I think 27 is doing a really great job along with at least getting a member on the side of team IGN.
Yeah, I'll be honest, in certain fights I do like his engages, but in the composition that this team is playing right now, Meow Meow Gang, right, the front line is Joseph. The front line is Karma Hits. They need to be the one to initiate. They need to be the playmaker, while 27 on Joy needs to be the cleanup crew, because he's going in for the full damage itself. So he needs to find those flank times. So I still feel that the idea that Meow Meow Gang is playing around, it does not fit well with their comp. It's going to be another free, and this time a Luminous Lord for IGN. 5,700 gold lead. But I still think Meow Meow can actually defend it.
I think they are thinking what I'm thinking. I was kind of about to talk, you know, give priority to Eden, give priority to Medio, because it's already past 15 minutes onto the game. It's time for Bruno to shine. It's time for Sicilian to shine, and Joseph to kind of take the position of the sandbag for his team, because let's be honest, you're talking about a Martyrs, and underfarm Martyrs at that point.
Yeah, true, but they're slowly and steadily going to be making sure that they feed that farm to Eden, they feed that to Medio. They've been doing that, and the Wishing Lantern now being picked up is going to chunk down Anti and Kimmy a bit more. That's going to be the Lord now marching towards the bot. Half of the HP being taken out. Anti taking a few of those hits. But look at the backline. Electrifying beats coming in. 27. Now baiting out a few of those stuns, though. Joseph needs to go back. The AOG catches two into the mix as Karma hits now. Yet again, the sandbag as from the backlines. Disrespect forced out to use Yuki.
Medio and Eden are going to be the game changers. They are going to be the factor that can turn the table around for Meow Meow Gang right here. I mean, 18 minutes into the game.
Yep.
We are talking about a Sicilian
True.
with the Wishing Lantern. We have Mirio with the Malefic gun. What are you going to do about it? I mean, look at the synergy coming in from both Mirio and Eden. They almost saw their lives flash before their eyes.
True. But we've just got to slow it down if you're Meow Meow Gang. Man. 27 with the way how he's jumping in that backline. No one sees him coming there. And somehow he's still able to pop the electrifying beats in front of a taunt that's coming in from Kimmy. But there's the thing. The only thing or the only type of crowd control that can stop 27 is that taunt or maybe the lucky AOG. Nothing apart from that. But hold on a second. We're talking about taunt. Karma hits. Taking a few more blows. Glorious pathway. Not yet used up. Sanguine claws. And he's just going to be moving back. That was a bit risky. But as long as you keep that resource safe, right? Because IGN just tried to bait that ultimate out because they want to prioritize the Lord that's going to be up in the next 5 seconds. But hold on. 27. This time gets baited out and it's going to be Respect catching in one. AOT! He'll be able to, maybe not, because Medio is now going to pop in. That Wind of Nature will not help him stay up whatsoever as Aaron gets a double. And now comes a 2v4 yet again. This time it's Martes, and who's not going to stand for long? Maybe this is the 3001st battle, which he might lose. The streak might go down. What? But for IGN, a bit overzealous. In the back, they force down the crystal. You can take the kills, but we will take the game.
Man, oh man. What a blood rushing ending right there, scared it. I mean, despite the low HPs coming in,
True.
this went in straight for the crystal. I mean, IGN showing why they are the top one team in this NE Cup right here. I mean, Meow Meow Gang this time around, they should be quiet, careful about giving Witch
Yep.
his Zushin, because
I
Witch
know.
on the Zushin was quite troublesome to deal with.
I agree. I agree. Which on the Zushin has constantly been that playmaker, and it kind of eventually comes down to the same situation where, you don't really want to give him his own comfort pick because it falls into a category where now the team can do whatever they want to do, as he is just in that driving seat, and IGN on that driving seat has always been pretty nasty.
Well, I would also like to mention a point that the draft coming in from Meow Meow Gang this time around did not look quite good to me, because they
True.
could have put Joy onto the jungle position. They could have picked something else instead of the smartest coming in, because let's be honest, if you're talking about the Sicilian, if you're talking about the Bruno, sure, they have the crowd control. I mean, Sicilian has the crowd control with his sanguine claws, but you
Yeah.
do need a setter coming in, because once 27 is out, setting it, for his team,
Mm-hmm.
Eden and Mirio are like free food for Kimi with those AOGs, and that has happened 3 to 4 times throughout the game coming in.
Exactly. That's been the main problem. And Karma hits, for some reason, I will have to say, right? I'll have to agree. I was saying it out loud that Aaron on the Granger might not really be able to burst down either Karma or maybe Joseph through those Rhapsodies. I will have to eat back my words. He's got 55% tower damage as well and 32% damage dealt in total. But the main difference, that's always coming down. Look at the amount of team fight participation, especially for Anti. He's got 68% out there with 37% damage tank. While if you look at 27, only 30. Now this is a big problem because 27, he was playing in like he is the kind of playmaker he normally would be on his own comfort picks, specifically like either a Ghatot Kacha or maybe something that can actually give a good amount of CC. However, he's playing on the Joy and that too with the damage build. Not quite the position.
I quite did not like the Joy EXP coming in, because that kind of take away the CC potential that the EXP laner needs to have, because you
True.
are going to be one of the main setters coming in for your team. And if you're going to have a Joy coming in, you kind of could have traded Hylos for something else.
Yeah, I do agree on that, but at the same time, it kind of went into the same storyline that we were talking about as IGN. They were choking down that roam pool. They were trying to force down that high loss in the roam so that the EXP would eventually be a bit, kind of an open space. And that drafting strategy really worked out well for them. So in terms of planning it all out and doing their homework, IGN did a phenomenal job. But Meow Meow Gang is always a team. We have been talking about that they know how to make those comebacks. And now MMG will be on the red side. So you may never know. Force one out there or maybe take two for yourselves.
Do you think they are crumbling under the pressure? I mean,
I think so. The audience still supports Meow Meow Gang though. So I don't really feel like they're actually crumbling under the pressure. I just feel that it was the draft issue, right? The Martis into the jungle. That really does not work.
I know, and he was quite underfarmed as well, where I was expecting the opposite, because when you're talking about a Martis, you kind of need that early game snowball coming in, because if you do
True.
not get that, it becomes quite useless onto the jungle position. Then you're simply relying on Mirio and Eden to do the job, but then IGN was quite smart with it. They
I
choked
agree.
down Mirio early on from the game, and Meow Meow Gang didn't pay attention to that.
I kind of do agree onto that one. Yes, they choked down. They really, I would not exactly say Mirio being choked down there out in the goal, right? Because Bruno, he always has that pick. If he wants to go something else, maybe if he wants to go on a bit more comfort. Nathan, I'm not gonna say a Layla or a Hanabi. I know you want me to say that. I'm not gonna do that. But there's also some things like the Harith pick, right? But I don't really have seen Mirio play that as much as he likes to play Bruno.
I mean, a Harith could have been better against a Granger, because you kind of, can close the gap onto the Granger, and the Chrono Dash kind of gives you a chance to reposition yourself, because we do know how strong Harith is. Just especially with the magic damage that can be quite useful early on to the game for
True.
Meow Meow Gang. I think this time around Meow Meow Gang should work a little bit better onto the draft, maybe swap those EXP and jungle positions coming
True.
in, and that could have looked really better for them, because Miru and Eden were doing the phenomenal job that they always do. It just lagged a setter for them, and I think 27 was kind of not the right person to be doing that.
Yeah, but what would you now pick in that EXP lane to go in for those setups is my question, right? The cutout Kacha was picked up on the other side. You did pick up a high loss for the flex early on, but after that you just kept on seeing those roam bans. So it kind of was brought into a situation where now you don't really have a lot of roams. And the only flex pick that you have right now is a high loss, which needs to go on roam. Karma, he had the items. I would not say he did not. But the snowball in the hands of Aaron was just a bit too much for him to tank all of that. And that was the reason why we were constantly seeing just those constant pokes from the Rhapsodies. But one thing that I have to say is the Death Sonata.
Right.
The man never stopped using that, be it for checking the bushes, be it for trying to poke down Karma on the long range, or be it for just trying to create a distance with that extra dash that you always get. So Aaron was doing a fantastic job.
I mean, you quite doubted him with that Granger pick coming in, because a lot of mobile heroes coming in from the side
True.
of Meow Meow Gang. But to answer your question, Scared Yet, what could you pick onto the EXP lane? You know, I was thinking a Terizla could have been a better option in that.
I mean...
If you look at Joy in the EXP lane.
all right. I would say yes. I would definitely say yes. If we are looking at a Joy and a Terizla, I would rather go for a Terizla out there. But I mean, is that the only thing that's remaining?
No, because you have a lot of the team composition coming in from IGN was you need to group up together. You have Kimmy with the AOG, then you have Witch with the Zushin, who is just going to replace and group you together yet again. And if you re-engage with the Terizla onto the experience, because let's be honest, 27, he did do a great job with some of that initiations, but he was just getting busted down. You did need a sustain in the XP lane.
Yeah, it just came down to that one taunt over towards the end, and that was the perfect taunt from Kimmy. To be honest, I even thought that maybe Kimmy would be struggling a bit more, but he was actually doing pretty well there too. So I think so. Even if you're talking about how Kimmy on the so many of those plex pegs that we normally see him on still has got more in his arsenal, shows you how deep the hero pool of IGN go. Meow Meow Gang, I think so they were kind of surprised as well, so we'll have to see now how MMG will adjust to that.
Right.
I still feel that maybe you don't really go in for the same route, but rather you now try to prioritize that EXP, since 27 needs a setup hero.
Right. And I also could have seen Meow Meow Gang if the Hylos was not working onto the roam position. I think that was not needed. They could have put him onto the EXP, picked a healer for themselves.
Carmilla. You go for a Carmilla. I'm just going to say that. You pick up a Carmilla, you go for that extra bit of support roamer, utility roamer that we talk about. You really want to try and tank some of that damage, or maybe go for the Vengeance. And you also have that extra, the Curse of Blood always comes into the clutch whenever you've got some things like the Joy. So I did not like that Martis pick too, but here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another game, another draft, and this time IGN on the blue side, Meow Meow on the red side.
Yet again, the Fredrin ban coming in permanent from the side of team IGN right here. I think they've had quite a bad time dealing again with the Fredrin, or maybe they just are going the same route yet again, but right off the bat, respect ban coming in. Like we said, you do not want to give away the Zushing to the Witch, because let's be honest, if you are going to go with those tanky frontline compositions, like we did see the High Loss, the Joy coming in, the Martis, you kind of need the Zushing gone off the table. Standard bans coming in, but what do you think about a healer coming in as the roam position?
They could have gone for that, but I think
Martis,
so.
he needs that support early game.
True, but nah, I don't really feel like that could have been the choice though. But here we go. We've been considering how Rome was mainly the main priority that you kind of wanted to go with. So I think so. It could be the case where this time they might try a different route. Meow Meow Gang, the ban of the Phobius. This is Suyu, Fredrin, Zushin. They respect the Zushin, right? So now Witch is not going to get his hands onto that. That's one part out of the window already. You still have Bruno open. you can go in for that Matilda as well. We have known Kimi to play a very solid Matilda.
Right. I mean, if you're going to leave out the Matilda yet again, it could be very difficult to deal with because let's be honest, Kimi's Matilda has been absolutely amazing. We have seen throughout the NE Cup going on. I mean, Kimi on that Matilda, one of the sole factors why Meow Meow Gang, is on top right now because you do need a good roamer in the mid position. I mean, I cannot stress this enough. You do need that river control, especially early 4 minutes of the game.
Yeah, that it comes down to those crucial timings itself. River control in the mid, clear it out. Either you take the mage who can fast clear the lane, that is solo, or you've got to pick up a roamer with a concussive blast to help them out, right? Even a Tigreal now kind of comes into the play too. But what's the last ban for Meow Meow looking like? They ban out the Tigreal in the previous one, so kind of choke down their own roam pool. This time, they've got to choose their own poison. Either it's the Matilda or it's the Bruno, or maybe leave both of them open, right? You let one go, pick the other one. There's also a possibility of yet another Joy pick. But the question is, this time I want to see it in the hands of Joseph.
I was going to talk about the Fanny coming in because you do not want to give the Fanny to respect. I mean, respect assassin player, you can't do that. But they're going the same route. I think both the teams going the same route. They are going to go ahead and log that Matilda in. And like I said, they are leaving all the prior picks open. They are taking the risk. Both the teams playing with each other because let's be honest, you still have the Bruno.
Yeah, you picked the Gatot. I was thinking of a Gatot, but Khalid works as well, right? Again, same flex pick, EXP roam. Now you try to prioritize the Bruno. Or maybe if you want to go in a bit more comfort, you can still try and take the Sicilian up. It was doing pretty solid. So maybe this could still be the same route by in the hands of Eden. Or you just try to lock down your own jungler. Maybe pick up a Joy. And this time, as we've been constantly saying, not put it in the hands of 27, but rather in the hands of Joseph because of the burst though. But they will lock in the Bruno, understanding the assignment that this man, he does a lot of damage. Now, for the side of IGN, I kind of want an early Beatrix pick. Or maybe they could still try and prioritize the Granger in the later stages, right? It's still going in the same direction.
I mean, you can go for a high loss onto the EXP as well. You do still have the Gato open onto the table.
You could, but maybe a Gato is a better choice in the EXP right now. Because you've got the guiding winds and you can directly jump into the enemy backline without using the AOG. So you keep it for maybe catching someone who rotates a bit more late. You talked about Gatot, we've seen the Gatot, but is it a Hayabusa yet again? Or are we going to see a marksman being prioritized?
If they do a marksman being prioritized, because if they do not pick a marksman right now, it can look quite difficult because Team Meow Meow Gang would be looking to choke down that MM position because we did see last match how well Aaron the Creator was doing on the Granger despite so many mobile heroes coming in from the side of Team Meow Meow Gang right here. But right now, I think they still need to go ahead with a solid jungler because if they make the same mistake of not securing a jungler right away, that could kind of again put them into the choke position. They are not going in for the Joy this time around.
Yeah, true. They haven't really picked up the Joy, but I think so this could be a good option. But I want to talk about the Granger pick a little bit more. Comfort for Aaron, true, one thing. Wins out the lane against Meteor itself. I wouldn't exactly say winning out as in winning out, but rather you really know it is able to just hold on to its own place. And you, with the energy now that you have, can really spam those Rhapsodies constantly while also changing those angles by constantly tapping us. So that's one good mechanic for him. And that's also one of the reasons why he's been still there. So, Joseph, picking up the Alpha clearly meant the Joy is going to be banned out. They'll try and prioritize maybe one more. Maybe they're going to ban out the Hayabusa as just for the respect of respect. But onto the other side, you've got the EXP, you've got the roam. You've already clearly showcased one thing. So, they're going to take away the Cho. No engage tool whatsoever. And the next one...
Vexana?
I don't think so. I don't think so, Vexana.
But
Really?
you do have a lot of front line coming in from the side of Meow Meow Gang right there. You do need a setter with Gato, Vexana, Eternal Guards, KDN.
Hey, nah, constant knockouts. They ban out the Sicilian. Even though they do need a setter, and I agree, that really should have been the way of their thinking, but they're just taking away the Sicilian out of the mix. Understandable. It's not going to be out there though. That's going to be the high loss. You don't really want Now again, they're conditioning the Khalid to probably be in that room. Or you can't really deny any of those other picks. Though Ghatot is the man who's going to be in the EXP, so Hylos kind of wins the lane against him. So it's also pretty solid. But how are you going to lock in the Vixana? Is it going to be the Aurora? Or is it something entirely new? I think so an Aurora could also be a good option to try and catch the people with a Frigid Glacier.
I mean, I quite can see Eden maybe go ahead with the EV.
Yeah.
I'm forgetting the Xavier. It can be quite good against Granger coming in, you know.
Eve,
Right.
I agree. Eve, I agree. And works with the kill box too. You have Alpha, who's got the Spear of Alpha to try and close that gap. You've got the Force Swing too. So if you are in that AoE, that's going to be it. Alright, you called it Vixana. Vixana is going to be picked up. So no more of those nasty Eternal Guards on the other side, but rather you would be the one going in for those constant CCs. To match the clear speed of Vixana, now you need something that clears mid good. I only see an Aurora or a Valentina in this case for IGN. You call for it. You call for it. Yeah, you can laugh over that. You call for that.
I mean, what else can you go ahead? If you're talking about a Valentina, you know, I'm quite biased with that pick. You know me, Skated. I do not like the Valentina just because she has to close that gap. And if you're talking about closing gaps with Khalid, with Alpha, that doesn't look good for you. And the team composition coming in. I mean, look at that. You have so much burst coming in from the side of Team Meow Meow Gang. She's just going.
Huh? Wait.
Huh.
Are we really seeing IGN not pick up an Uno reverse, but rather be like, you know, we're gonna show you how Martis jungle is played? And there's a Rafaela pick for that roam for Meow Meow Gang?
They have done that before. They have done that before, and I think they are pulling up some old cards, some old tricks right here. Scared yet? Ooh, I was talking about a healer. Are they listening to me? Scared yet? Is this the caster's curse working out right now?
Now the question is that Rafaela gonna win, or are we gonna see that Martis jungle now? The Martis tutor lesson. It is IGN. And they were on the blue side this time, ladies and gentlemen. And Meow Meow Gang onto that red one as we now move into the land of dawn. In just a few seconds. Because IGN, they've got the advantage. They've got the priority. But on the other side, we've got Meow Meow Gang who are trailing. Meow Meow have the home advantage. But IGN is the one that is right now in-game advantage. IGN with 1-0. And they're going to start in from their own orange buff, while Meow Meow on the other side, they'll start from purple.
Man, I'm quite skeptical about this Rafaela pick coming in from the side of Meow Meow Gang right here, because you do have quite the bursters coming in. A Martis coming in. I mean, with the decimation, he can just get a free kill on that Rafaela early game, because she needs to wait at least for 2 items to, you know, get tanky and provide those heals for her team. Meanwhile, we're talking about
Early engage right now. I was about to say that Meow Meow should have the priority in the mid lane, so they should control the river. But if that's how farly aggressive Kimi is going to play, the red tree comes in, but it will be stolen by Meow Meow. So on those neutral objectives, the advantage still stays with the team.
It does, and I think Kimi on this Matilda is going to be quite advantageous, because it's going to help Eve. We do know that she does have that kind of slow rotation coming in because of her movement speed. It kind of, you know, fills up with Kimi in that position coming in with the Matilda with the guiding wings. She can just take her.
Hold on a second. That's an early engage. Eden low, but will be flickering out. And that's the utility roam that we've been talking about. The heal comes in from the holy healing. Karma has the first swing along with the alpha charge out there, though 27 a bit low. Some early flickers being expended. Now that does mean IGN should have the priority, but wait a second, Kimi still wants to force out a bit more engage out there as Joseph gets a bit low in that HP. Yet again the Khalid will be pushed back. No more desert tornadoes as the decimation with 1 basic gets respect the early opener, and they now want to take the purple.
I mean, this looks like a straight up taunt onto the face of Meow Meow Gang right here, because I mean, this is the early game that Meow Meow Gang required last match. You're talking about Martis coming in, but
a force swing into the hands of Kimi, who will be moving back. Auntie now trying to join into the fight, being face tanking out there. Joseph low gets another bonk onto the face, will survive. Hold on, says no, Witch flickers forward with a void blast. Now Witch goes in And now we lost. Oh, back. No way. No way. I am so sorry for that, Kimmy. But which now needs to run away. You use the flicker already. Far forward. Void Crystal slowing down 27. But he should have the passive up early. No! Survive on just a slither of HP. But no one takes the turtle.
No way that happened to Kimi right there. I mean, poor man, he was just sandwiched between
Oh.
two people. But wait.
Mirio, can you survive? Getting a bit of an HP back. But here we go, Aaron. Mirio, he needs to run away. But Karma joins in. No energy for the Death Sonata. And Mirio with that toxic recall.
Karma Hit just showing up on time with those heals coming in for his teammates, and Joseph quite struggling in that alpha right there. I mean, he does need the early game, but the circling eagle coming in. Ooh!
Yeah, just to zone them out. 27 now will run away. No one to catch him yet again. He's going to be surviving down there with a quick sun guard.
I mean,
An early turtle zone from IGN gets them the priority.
that was really good coming in from Kimi. They do know what to prioritize. I mean, look, clear rotation coming in onto the gold. Quite fast. They do. I think Meow Meow Gang needs to kind of match up the pace coming in from the side of IGN right here. They are kind of leaving Mirio behind. They did that last match. They kind of are doing that right now again. But what can you do?
Oh
Joseph
my God.
Quiet under farm right there. Did you see that?
Yeah, Aaron just stealing away that bug creep too, denying that XP. But hold on, 27 wants to go in a bit too aggressive with the Eternal Guard. Gets a knock upon Wage. No flicker available, but the Circling Eagle to help him out with the real world manipulation coming in. But look at the position of Eden. Sun switch down. He has to cancel it. Will run away as 27. Now will flicker out to run and save his life. And that's the bear creep. Almost stolen though, but Joseph gets that HP and the EXP back.
I mean, you do need to give Joseph that early game, but he is quite struggling right there. The guiding wings coming in from Kimi are really crutch because she is kind of taking Aaron the creator right onto the fights and helping him kind of disengage right on time as well.
Oh,
Ooh.
Mirio. He's going to be getting caught into the mortal coils. As now the decimation should come into the play with the knockback. Circling Eagle out there in the open. Joseph starts with Holy Baptism, catching two as they want more blood. But little will they get as Meow Meow Gang will just run away. Sleeky cats, man.
I mean, he did quite miss his initiation right there, but Anti looking cheeky right there onto the mid lane. He will be retreating back, but look at the goal difference. IGN yet again onto, quite the goal lead. I think Team Meow Meow Gang should be contesting for this turtle. It is quite crucial for them at this stage because you do need to get that gold onto your side, but Anti.
Should have the AOG though, needs to run away, but guess what? They want to go in for the engage as the RWM comes in as 27 stands and does not do anything but to see his death coming from a mile away. And by that I mean literally, as they will zone out everyone from the tier 2 in the bot, opening for Joseph. Respect just wants to reset that turtle. So that's a smart move from Joseph, and he quickly just runs back knowing that he's bought himself enough time for Meow Meow Gang to push both top as well as mid.
Whoa, did you see Kimi getting that kill on Eden right there?
Yeah, it was understandable. Eden was in a very off position, so it was an off camera, but that was indeed a very nasty play.
Ooh, Kimi being a menace to Joseph right here. He is kind of, there could be a skirmish happening, Scariot.
It very well could be, but the mid lane, the clearance, you always have that curse blast from the Vixana, so don't really have that chance for IGN to force an early mid tier 1. It's already 6.5 minutes into the game and 3,000 gold lead for IGN? Yumana, that is nasty insane.
I mean, they did secure the second turtle coming in as well. The zone, the circling eagle.
Yeah, and that's the flicker, the last second for Eden to run away from the AOG. But guess what? They've done enough. They're going to be trying to force down that mid tier 2, tier 1. Run back from Joseph, getting caught in. The RWM cancels out as again 27 on the Khalees doing so much. But guess what? Aaron finds the angle behind his respect, and he's demanding a lot of it as he'll be running away, forcing the flicker of Mirio in an aggressive off position, and he cannot survive as Aaron will catch him.
Man, Aaron pulling up right here. I mean, I did not expect that Granger play to come in clutch like that. He is doing a phenomenal job, let's be honest. That too against a Bruno coming in with Mirio on that goal position looking quiet behind. I think they could have gone with the Carmela instead of Karma Hits because let's be honest, they are kind of grouping inside the real world manipulation. It could have been quite the good counter. for the side of
True.
Team Meow Meow Gang right there.
It could have been a
Because
good
the
counter.
Rafaela, it is not working right now, Scared Yet.
Let's be brutally honest, Meow Meow Gang have been in a situation where they picked up a couple of heroes that don't really fit really well in that composition, or rather, I just have to say, IGN has been better. Meow Meow Gang are looking for fights. IGN are looking for objective fights, and that's where the difference is. I'll have to give it to 27 though. Even though he's going 0-2 and 1, this man with the Raging Sandstorm has been insane though. A bit more damage being dealt on the other side, but my question is, was this another turtle necessary? I think so they could have gone in for the early Lord.
I think they're just flexing at this point because they just want to rub it in their face like, look, hey, this is how I play Martis, and this is how you should have played Martis last game.
I mean, they're just skill gapping Meow Meow Gang right now, and I know I've been always picking up IGN, right? In those interviews, I've been saying to every single person that I think IGN will win this thing. No one believed me. Not a single person out there believed me.
I mean, Meow Meow Gang does have the potential. They are looking quite weak in the draft, but...
Yeah, early circling Eagle along with the AOG as again, there we go with the real world manipulation and mega kill. The Martyrs is just decimating everyone. The Quicksand Guard out in the open. Tier 2, everyone on Meow Meow Gang will be zoned out from that as it falls. And IGN systematically dismantling the likes of MMG.
You know...
Hold on, Aaron. Aren't you getting a bit too overzealous though? But they've already forced the mid shield out, but the heal is just there, Karma. He was not impacted by any of the anti-heal, and that's why Mirio survived. Otherwise, he would have been a scapegoat.
I mean, if you have a tank like Kimmy onto your side, I wouldn't blame Aaron the creator to be playing that confidently. But I think Meow Meow Gang should kind of wait for that item spikes coming in. I don't know how, because the Lord is going to spawn in less than 20 seconds.
Yes, and here's the thing. The Lord is not going to be an enhanced one, or we could say the luminous one, but there is no holy shield on top or the mid turret.
Right.
That's what that aggressive approach of IGN have been doing, but this could be the red push right now in towards the orange, stolen away maybe, but that's going to be the AOG maybe, not yet being committed as the RWM comes into play, into the backline, couple of knockups as people will try to run away, and 27 will go unscathed. Meow Meow Gang using so much just for an orange buff, and Humana, look at the goal lead.
I mean, at this point, it looks very difficult for Meow Meow Gang to kind of come out of that deep mud that they are right now in. And we were actually talking about Witch on that Eve pick, right? We've not quite seen him play Eve quiet a lot, but I think he's doing a really phenomenal job. I mean, his real world manipulations have been on point. The kind of follow-up coming in from Kimmy as well. Aaron, the creator, always present onto those team fights. I mean, they did need a good frontliner coming in, because Joseph right here already choked from early game. It's kind of being a sandbag right now for Meow Meow Gang right here.
It was the early aggressive approach of respect. We could clearly see you give up a Mathilda, you give up a Martis, and then there's a Gadot Kacha on the other side with a Granger and an Eve. This entire composition reeks a 12-minute game, a 12-minute marker, and that's exactly what they're getting. Now look at that, Rhapsody comes into the play, not catching a lot. Mirio though still down and low in that HP, needs to go back, so the Lord is going to get a couple of hits onto that inhibitor with the AOG. The backline gets it on, and Karma gets obliterated as Eden will be deleted. The Death Sonata, the song of victory, or maybe the song of the Reaper. IGN will break the tier 3 on top, and now will force the mid. The minions are there. The Raging Sandstorm catching 3, but it's an isolation. The man in the desert is alone, and the recall comes in as IGN will win the series 2-0. Meow Meow Gang in the lower bracket, but the IGN team with the international experience still prevails.
I mean, I quite pointed that out even before we started the match, Cadet. I think that experience kind of played on. Meow Meow Gang have the potential. They had the potential. They had the chance. I mean, let's be honest, Cadet. what are you expecting if you pick a Rafaela in the roam position?
Yeah.
You just cannot expect not to get ganked on your purple or orange buffs because you do not have the early frontliner. We're talking about a Kimmy with the Matilda. You have that early shield. You have that movement speed in the river position. If you're talking about a Rafaela, sure, she gives you that movement speed, but I don't think that's quite comparable if you are talking about a Matilda on the other side.
You know,
Along with the Mattis.
someone really needs to say this, but I'll have to say it was just the coordination
Right.
that came in from IGN that worked out well, and at the same time the comfort of Aaron on the Granger. Yes, Mirio was doing a pretty solid job out there, but we still have to say, right, with the way how that aggressive approach was, IGN just looked like a different beast altogether from the first minute. And I'll have to give it to not just Kimmy, but also Witch on the Eve. Like, look at the grades on all of them. 8.8 is the 8.3 is the minimum, and that's on Anti. And with the way how he was playing, I think so Anti kinda outmaneuvered 27.
He did. I mean, those AOGs were landing on point. He's learning from Kimi from the
Ayo.
last match. I mean, the man's AOGs were on point. Even the last match scared it, we have to be honest. And Anti did a pretty great job as an EXP laner right there. And talking about respect on that
True.
Martis, he did what Martis deserved to do.
I mean, the man has got absolutely no good stats. 11% of the damage, 16% of tanking, but the perfect stat is there. 69% participation along with Witch doing the same thing Anti as well.
They did provide the initiation for Aaron to shine right there, Scared. You cannot tell me that I'm wrong.
11%, that's less than Kimmy. That's less than Kimmy. He's got 13. But
I mean,
you know, yeah,
nah.
I'm not gonna badmouth my man. Respect out there. He's such a sweet guy, and as you mentioned, he was always in the enemy backline. And guess what? Who provided him the room? It was Anti-Mage who was constantly on the faces of Eden and Mirio.
I mean, I quite agree with you. The coordination coming in this time around from IGN was top notch.
True.
And I think the experience playing on LAN is kind of showing up.
That experience is definitely showing. And also, Aaron popping off on the Granger is something that I never really thought. 35% damage being dealt. I told you that this is a very fast game. This should be a very quick game. If in case it goes to anywhere over 12 or 13 minute mark, then Eden on the Vixana will also deal a lot of damage for Kimmy to maybe even try and face tank. And also, towards the end of the day, you have Martis who falls off really fast in that late game.
Right.
So I kind of agree over to so many situations where we have seen Witch being the main pivot, we have seen Aaron being the main pivot, but also at this time Anti being the main frontliner. You know, it only does one thing, and I'm not gonna say that, I'm just gonna show. It just makes you smile. That's just.
I mean, you have to deal with this man right here. What can I tell you guys?
I agree. But you know what? One thing that really happened was that MMG, they were just not able to deal with IGN and their own macro. Even though there were some mistakes, but the amount of out positions, or you could say the amount of off positions MMG were, it did not seem that they were in their own shoes.
On the first match around, Scared at IGN kind of tested the waters, letting it go out onto the late game. They realized that could be a really big mistake.
Yeah.
The second game on, they just focused on going on to the objectives. They got the objectives, they played objectively, they got the kills, they did not overextend, they knew what they had and how to play around that comp.
Yeah.
Did not let it go to the late game because we're talking about a Martis, right?
I agree. And you know, we can stand on here, we can keep on discussing for the entire evening. But guess what? There are a couple of people who really want to talk to the players of IGN. I can see two beautiful ladies out there standing. So let's move on to the stage and let's hear what Witch has to say.
Check. Hello? Hello? Check. Ladies and gentlemen, what a match. Did you really expect IGN to clean sweep MMG? MMG, the squad who topped in the Swiss bracket with 8 points. The crowd, let me know, did you think? Let me know in the comment section. I know you guys are watching live. Drop your comments. Till then, let's ask a few questions to the winning team. to the shot caller of winning team, which can we have you on stage?
So, Witch, how do you feel after defeating Meow Meow Gang?
Feels very satisfying.
You know I was on your side, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that. Okay. So, which? MMG was on the top, right? I remember they defeated you in the Swiss bracket. How does Sweet Revenge feel?
Feels really great. We still have more matches to go, so we're not that excited, but we have to win more. After that, we'll have our sweet revenge.
Okay, the Sweet Revenge is not yet taken. They still have to win against many other teams to fulfill that satisfaction. Anyways, who do you think in the Northeast Cup is your biggest threat, or is there any?
For us, it was MMG, especially. But then, after beating them, we'll see. Tomorrow may be a threat, but we'll find out.
So their biggest threat was MMG, and they have already managed to defeat MMG with a score of 2-0. So that definitely leaves you with a lot of confidence, doesn't it?
Yeah, especially it's LAN. Anything can happen. Like online and LAN is very different. So yeah, we had confidence that we will, win against them in LAN.
Okay, I guess the crowd also have the confidence in you. Thank you so much, Witch, and congratulations for the victory. That was it for today, guys. We had 2 matches. First one, ABM versus Divine Regime. And guess what? ABM won, even though it was a really like a roller coaster of emotions. The match wasn't easy. It was a score of 2-0. And the second match, it was quite easy for IGN. Anyways, we'll see you tomorrow. This is not the end. And everyone watching online, do like and share the stream. We are very close to a watching of 3,000, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. This was the Northeast Cup, powered by Battle.Nice Esports and sponsored by our media partner G+, Gaming Chairs, Gaming Den, Smart Mode partner Vivo, and catering partner Lush.
That's it for today, guys. Good night.
It's sunset on Friday. I'm stuck on the highway. It's been a while. I'm late to the party. You already started the sparkling wine. I need to find a spark to keep me from the dark. I'm looking for a fire star tonight to light me up all around. 'Cause you're the only one I'm thinking of. Don't let me burn to the ground. I wasted time, these city lights. Still I can't get you out my mind. I need a fire star tonight. I'm looking for a I'm down in the mirror with perfume and glitter. I'm on the way. Feels like I'm 16. Your blue eyes and ripped jeans. What can I say? As long as there's a spark to keep me from the dark.